Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With hundreds of thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster. You can play games at any pace against friends, other members, or one of our many computer personalities. Chess.com makes improving fun and easy. Sharpen your game with tactics puzzles and enhance your strategy with our videos and lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with Chess.com's easy-to-use analysis tool. Regardless of your skill level, Chess.com has all you need to take your game to the next level. Chess.com is your go-to source for chess news, live coverage of tournaments, events, and everything in between. Experience Chess.com anytime and anywhere, whether you're at home on your computer or on the go with our mobile apps. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for? Join Chess.com today.
Welcome everyone, this is FIDE Grand Prix 2022 semi-finals. We do have final 4 participants out of 16 and just 2 games. I am Women Grandmaster Tsatsalashvili and I'm honored to be joined by Grandmaster Benjamin Bock. Hello Benjamin, how are you today?
Pretty good, Katie. It's a pleasure to be joining you here again for commentary. And yeah, we had a very exciting first game of the semifinals yesterday. And I'm sure that today will be even more exciting. But perhaps, Katie, we can have a very quick look at the bracket and discuss how the players' road to the final will be.
Yes, the match between Anish Giri and Dmitry Androkin ended in a draw. There was one big and very long and very interesting game, which in the end was agreed in a draw. It was not a repetition. They just made this decision. And the other game was between Richard Droppert and MVL. In this case, Richard Droppert won the game with white pieces. So they will reverse the colors today, and it will be very, very tense match as right now MVL is in must-win situation. These players are fighting for the Grand Prix points, and that's the most important thing at this Grand Prix. Benjamin, what the winner gets out of it?
Yeah, so the winner of this leg of the Grand Prix gets 13 points, the runner-up gets 10, and the semifinalists get 7 points. So all these players that we just saw already have secured 7 points in this leg of the Grand Prix. The players who come second in the group get 4 points. It's generally not enough for your chance to make it to the candidates tournament. Third place gets 2 points, and last place gets 0. So Katie, let's have a very quick look at the standings of the FIDE Grand Prix overall.
Hikaru Nakamura leads the overall tournament for now with 13 points, as he's the winner of the first leg, and the winner of the second leg will join him and sharing with 13 points. We do have a runner-up, Levon Aronian. He got 10 points, and Benjamin, a third leg of the Grand Prix will be extremely important for these players, especially these two and also their fans, as we just learned that they will be playing in the same group, which means that they will not get as much points as they did in the first leg, because this is simply impossible at the knockout stage. We do have Leonard Dominguez and as well as Richard Droppert with 7 points. Vidit has already ended the Grand Prix series this year. He also has 7 points, but he can't participate in the final Grand Prix. So they also fighting for the prize fund, and we do have a huge prize fund here in this tournament. Benjamin, what the winner gets out of it?
Yeah, so the winner of every leg of the FIDE Grand Prix gets 24,000 euros. Runner-up gets 18,000. Semifinals gets 12,000, and so forth. You can all see it on the screen. So, I mean, of course, yeah, the Grand Prix points are the most important and the chance of qualifying for the candidates tournament. But as you guys can see, even if you don't have any chances of making it anymore, there's still plenty to play for. So I'm sure that the players will provide us with some very exciting chess.
They will. They have not only prizes and the Grand Prix points, but also the opportunity to play in the very prestigious tournament, obviously, and just to be in part of it is just really amazing for every player, and obviously the goal for some young players. For more details, our viewers can visit the go.chess.com/FIDE GP 2022, and all the details are there, as there are always a lot of questions around the Grand Prix series, and viewers are wondering why players are playing this leg and not that leg. You guys gonna find all the information over there, and also don't forget to vote for the result. We do have only last final 2 games, and yeah, don't forget to vote the results of today's games. Go to chess.com/events, navigate to the tournament, select a game, click vote, and guess the result. Vote ends after the 10th move of each games, and they are playing rather really fast, the opening stage, so you better don't miss that out. So Benjamin, what's your predictions for today? Do you think we're gonna see tie breaks tomorrow, or we're gonna have decisive results today?
I think it's quite likely that we'll see a tiebreak between Dmitry Andreikin and Anish Giri. Both players are pretty solid. I don't see either of them taking a lot of risks. So also knowing that Andreikin, he's pretty good in tiebreaks generally. So I think he wouldn't mind taking the match to rapid. And okay, Anish is playing with the black piece, so he's also not going to take any risks. I think it's going to be very tough for MVL to come back with the white piece. Of course, there's always a chance, but Richard Report has definitely become much more solid over the last couple of years. So I don't know. Of course, MVL is going to try, but I think this game between this match between Andreikin and Anish is going to go to tiebreaks, and I predict that Report is going to hold today and move on to the finals. What do you think?
Mm-hmm. I think as MVL promised to his fans and also to himself after yesterday's game at the interview, he will put up a huge fire on the board in the huge fight. He's not going to resign. He was not going to give up, and he's not going to make an easy draw. He's with the white pieces, and he will try his best. That's his words, and he promised that. Let's see what opening he's gonna choose, because you need to you have to start with a strong opening, get some advantage, slight advantage at least, and then you can try your best. So we're gonna focus very much on this game, and also the other game is very, very interesting between these 2 players. So you guys, all the action is gonna start very soon. We're taking now a very short break and coming back right before the first move, so don't go anywhere. This round is very important for the Grand Prix second leg. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix 2022, leg 2 and second day of the semifinals. I'm Katie, this is Benjamin, and we're about to see the first moves of the round. Benjamin, what a tense round we do have here, and nothing is still decided. We don't even know if we're going to have tiebreaks tomorrow. We don't know who will be the finalists, but we do have the first moves on the board. And look at this. Andreki now plays exactly same like Anish yesterday played against him. Sort of like same setup. He goes also b3, but we do have here one d4, and it's totally different opening. But this seems to me really, really weird start of a game. Benjamin, what is happening here?
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised by this move b3. I guess he wants to have a very solid game. So I'm sure that had Andrekin played pawn c4, which is the more traditional way of playing, Anish probably would have wanted to play the Grunfeld defense with pawn on d5. I mean, I'd be surprised if he wanted to go into the King's Indian, which is generally quite risky. But he's been playing the Grunfeld a lot more again lately, and the Grunfeld is a very solid opening. Black is generally doing fine there. But yeah, this move b3 is a little bit surprising. I know that Hikaru has had plenty of games here. There's one trick in this line, which is that if Black goes bishop g7, you go bishop to b2. He's had some games in which his opponent would castle, he goes e3. And here the move c5 looks very natural for Black, right? But the problem is if you go c5, White's going to take. You give a check on a5, and White goes c3, right, to block the check. And if Black takes on c5, there is the move bishop a3, hitting the queen. And if the queen moves, you take on e7, and White wins a pawn. So that is the one trick you have to avoid as Black. However, after b3, I mean, Black can play something like c5 now, and I think Black is doing perfectly fine. So I'm curious to see whether Anish has still prepared this. I mean, I'm sure he has looked at this at some point, but it's probably a couple of years ago.
It's very interesting. As yesterday, Anish obviously surprised Andrekin with his b3 in Sicilian, and now Andrekin says like, okay, how about you to taste the same medicine, and I play b3 here. And Anish obviously takes here his time. Look at him, he's down to 28 minutes. He spent already 2-3 minutes at this point, and I can see, Benjamin, that b3 it's not really popular continuation, but it has been played like 400, about 500 times, while the other moves are played for thousands of the times in the games. So b3 seems to be something like new approach, and Anish is very likely now looking and recalling all the preparations here at this opening. This game obviously going to be interesting. What about the other game? Let's very quickly bring the other boards too as well and check out what's happening there.
Let's have a look at the other game as well. So this is the game between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Richard Rapport. So let's have a very quick look at how this all started out. So White started off with the move 1 e4. Richard played e5, which is quite logical. He wants to play solid. Knight f3, knight c6, bishop e5 by MVL. So MVL is sticking to his guns. But I'm a little bit surprised by the line Richard chose against the Ruy Lopez, which is a6, bishop a4, and d6. This is known as the delayed Steinitz, because you go a6 first and only then d6. Because, okay, normally if people want to be solid, they play something like knight at f6, right, the Berlin defense. And this line with a6, bishop a4, and d6 can generally be quite combative. MVL castles, and Black plays bishop g4, which is slightly surprising to me. Generally, the players play here something like bishop d7, and White can try to build a big center here with c3 and d4. But as it currently stands, bishop g4 was played by Richard, h3 by MVL, and actually after the move h3, Black, as Richard has just played, can play the move h5. However, I thought that this was dubious for some reason. I remember way
it's on
back
the board.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, taking the bishop is not a good idea here, because Black recaptures, hits the knight, and if you move your knight anywhere, then Black goes queen h4, and you just get checkmated. That's not a good idea. But I remember way back in the day, I think it was like 2008, and I was reading through some random game analysis of the late Vyugor Gashimov against Grishuk. And I think this line was played, and I think White played something like pawn a d4, and I don't remember exactly how it continued, but I think it was d4, with the point being that if Black takes on d4, now you take and you have this move knight g5, because the bishop covers the knight. So I think d4 was is a very interesting continuation, and I forgot what Black does here, maybe p5 or something, but I thought that this line is quite dubious for Black, to be honest.
It's a very interesting approach here that Richard just needs to draw, and he plays this very aggressive and attacking style. It is his style, but it doesn't suit his today's situation. He just needs to play really calm, maybe even boring, but he seems to choose the opening. Maybe he feels that he's okay. I don't know. It's going to be a very interesting game indeed, and yeah, I think Richard is helping MVL to complicate the position.
Yeah, so I'm curious to see what Rapport has prepared here. So I had a very quick look at what happened in that game. It was actually played in the Baku Grand Prix in 2008. So in that game, White played pawn at d4. Black played b5, which seems to be Black's best option. So let's see what Black can do, right? So if Black takes with the pawn, that's a bad move, as we discussed, because White just takes, and now goes knight to g5. White's up a piece, and there's no checkmate because the knight is protected. Oh, sorry, knight's protected. The queen cannot come in, and White just seems to be a piece up. Also, if Black takes on f3 to solve that problem, White's going to recapture with the queen, and now things are not that easy. If you take on d4 right away, White goes e5 and opens up this attack on the knight, right, with a big initiative. And if Black tries to go b5 first, we drop the bishop back. Now you might think like, okay, now I can take with the knight. Well, guess what? If you take with the knight, now White takes here with a checkmate. So it's a very challenging line. The main line for Black is to go b5, breaking that pin. White once again goes bishop to b3, and Black takes on d4 with the knight. I think here White takes on g4, taking the bishop. Black takes on b3. We recapture with the pawn. Black takes now, we go knight to g5, and White's up a piece, but things are not that simple because Black has the move queen to d7, and the knight very often can get trapped. So anyway, this is all old theory. So I'm very curious to see if MVL will go for this and what Richard has prepared. Because here's the thing, Richard might realize that this line is a little bit dubious, but if he has prepared this morning and MVL has not, then it's difficult for MVL to deal with Richard's home preparation.
That's for sure. This can happen, and also Richard is the one who goes to the sideline, right? He decided to go with d6 at the beginning, as you mentioned. It's not. He could choose some other sidelines, which is more solid, but he goes d6. Clearly, that shows that he is ready for this open. He was ready, and now h5 also says that he had this position at the board today in the morning.
Indeed, yeah, he's playing the opening very quickly. So I'm very curious to see. So let's have a look, right? So d4, I thought was always the critical option here for White, but of course, Richard will have prepared it. So let's see what else MVL can do in the current position. So, I mean, taking the bishop is kind of out of the question because Black takes. We know that you cannot move the knight because Black goes queen h4, and if Black takes the knight on f3, Black should be doing completely fine due to the open h file. So taking the bishop on g4 does not seem to be a good option, but I wonder, like, let's say White proceeds slowly. Oh, never mind. MVL goes pawn to d4. He's like, all right, show me the money.
Yeah. b5 on the board. Richard says, like, I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. Your bishop is now under attack. Bishop b3 seems to be also next move. He should make this move soon, and he goes with that. And let's see if Richard, he also blitz out next move, and he does.
Yeah.
Benjamin, he knows what he's doing. That's dangerous for MVL.
Yeah, so it's going to be a very interesting game because, like I said, I thought that this line was rather dubious for black. So he takes on g4. So I guess now knight at g5 will be played. So white's hitting this pawn. But actually, this is pretty interesting. So the line that I showed earlier, yeah, just show real quick, was black taking on b3 first. And you might think that this does not make a difference. White takes pawn takes g4, knight g5, and you get the same thing on the board. However, if black were to take on b3 here, white has to move queen at d5, and white seems to be winning on the spot because you don't have a good way of defending this. You cannot play queen d7 or queen e7 because you'll leave your rook on a8 hanging and it's just game over. You can play knight at h6, but here white, I think, can throw in a check. Once again, queen e7 is impossible. You have to go king up, and here, if white takes, it looks like white is just crushing. So reported other ideas. He played knight to h6. Very interesting move. So now let's see what MVL will do.
Benjamin, we do have here a very interesting suggestion. For instance, if instead of knight g5, is there a way white could sacrifice a bishop, bishop f7, king takes f7, and then knight g5, and try to weaken the light squares of black's king, and then to play something like c3 with the same ideas of queen d5. Or
Yeah,
queen
so
g4.
this is very much an option indeed. I guess black drops the king back to e8. And if you go c3, the knight's under attack, but perhaps maybe we can just go back to e6. Because once again, if you take, you are getting checkmated along the h file. So bishop takes f7 is an option. However, white's king is kind of weakened in this position as well, right? Because the h file is open. And here at least we have a piece for it, right? So let's see, after knight h6, what MVL should do in the current position. I mean, maybe something like f4, try and open up the f file. But I mean, it's always annoying. Like Richard has 133 on the clock. Probably this is dubious for black, but figuring it out over the board for MVL cannot be easy.
Benjamin, this is so interesting that at this point after knight 6, it's a heavy theory, and white has here a lot of moves. White can go with f4. This is the mostly played move. White can also go with bishop d5 first. There is moves like c3, bishop e3, and also g3. That's a bit weird move to my eyes, but probably g3 stops some sort of kingside attack. King g2, rook h1 can be possibility there. So that's quite surprising that at this point it's still quite heavy theory.
Indeed, yeah. Yeah, I just had a quick look. This has all been played before. This line went kind of out of fashion. The last time this line was played at the grandmaster level, or like, well, actually it hasn't really been played by grandmasters lately, I would say, but I saw that there have been some games in the 2000s. Actually, so my countryman, the legendary Jan Timman, played this in 2000 against Nigel Short and against Nick de Firmian. So let's have a look. So this line was played. So bishop d5 was the latest word in. Bishop d5 was the latest move that white chose. Black went pawn c6, and then white played pawn c3. Black takes on d5. We take on d4. Black goes bishop e7. So the knight is now kind of trapped. Queen to d2 to protect. And I don't know. I mean, I guess Richard just is hoping that this line is so old and forgotten that MVL had a look at it. But it seems to be quite risky for black.
It is like at this point, queen d2, bishop takes g5, queen takes g5, and all these pieces are traded. White has a clear piece extra on the board, but the bar is still on the side of equality here. What can be the reason of it? Like, how come that it's not losing? for black, as there's piece missing and not too much of the pieces on the board.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think really because this knight on g5 is always hanging in the air a little bit, it's not that easy for white to stabilize. And also, I mean, there's always this half open h file that gives black some possibilities. I mean, white actually had to be very careful here, because let's say in this position after knight h6, if white plays something like f4, black generally plays the move pawn at c6. And here black has a lot of tactics. Like let's say you take on e5, black has knight xb3. And if you recapture, then all of a sudden queen b6 check, which is extremely tricky. Because if you go rook f2, there's pawn to g3, and you lose your rook. And if you stay with your king to the h file, I mean, this knight is going to move. And you're lucky that you don't get checkmated right away, because you still have stuff like knight h3. But just to illustrate how tricky this line can be. So we'll see what MVL will come up with. He has plenty of interesting options, it seems, but this lines, the old reputation of this line seemed to be bishop d5. Like a 4 is also an option, but I think that's the main reason why people stop playing this. So I'm curious to see what he has prepared there.
Benjamin, I'm thinking that this opening choice could be perfect for the rapid or blitz portion of the game. If the match goes to the tiebreaks, imagine you don't have a time and there's just a forgotten line. You probably remember it, and it's even worse if you remember it. You know it's tricky and it's dangerous, so you lose more time. But now we do have pretty much standard control, 90 minutes for the 40 moves and 30 seconds of the increment. We have seen games in time trouble, but still at this point, at this stage, it's just a beginning of the game, and we all can spend some time to recall all the lines and give a proper evaluation here. I am so curious. I really want to know why Robert made this decision to go to this line. This is so interesting.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised as well that he's taking so much risks in the opening, but perhaps he feels like this is the way to go. I expected him to play more solidly, but of course it's not easy because MVL is super aggressive, and he will come after you in every line. Like even if you play solid in the Berlin, I'm sure that he had something prepared there. So I guess I guess he just wanted to avoid MVL's preparation, and he just wants to get MVL in his preparation, even if he feels the position is risky. So yeah, I mean, we'll see how this game will proceed. Perhaps we can have a look at the other semifinal match between Andreken and Anish Giri.
Yes, in this game, Anish decided for the moment to keep the king on e8 to guard e7, as you showed this trap, and he right away went for the capture the pawn on c5. We can make these few moves and check out how they reached the current position.
Indeed, yeah. So after white played pawn on b3, Anish played bishop g7, bishop b2, c5, and Draken took the pawn. Anish gave a check. So indeed, as we mentioned, if black were to include these moves, castles e3 and now c5, this is a little bit dubious because white's going to take, and then after queen a5 goes c3, takes bishop a3, and take on e7. A lot of players actually fell for this trap when Nakamura introduced this line. I believe it was in like 2016 or 2017. But by now the players know that they should play c5 first. So white takes queen a5, knight at d2, black takes e3, castle c4 by white, b6, bishop b2, bishop b7. So white castles d6, rook c1 by white, knight bd7, and here a bit of a surprising move, the move knight b1 by Andreken. So he's undeveloping his knight. However, he feels like it's worth spending 2 moves, rerouting the knight to a better square on c3. And I don't know, black is extremely solid here. However, I would think that white is maybe a tiny bit better because he has a bit more space, but it's going to be really difficult to create real problems here for black, I think.
I agree with you, and seeing all these games that have been played here in this position after knight b1, here black has several options. 2 options can be to develop the rook c8 or rook f2 d8, or to play knight e4 and try to trade the dark square bishops. And this goes to the position where both sides are maneuvering a lot by the pieces. For instance, knight e4 here, bishop takes bishop, king takes bishop, queen goes on c2, tries to bring the rook on the file, knight d to c6. White develops the rook, black develops the rook, and pretty much all the games goes around with these pieces, and none of the side really tries to allow other to open up the center or change the structure. So this kind of like slow moves might lead us to the draw today, Benjamin, because it will be really hard to break through the pawn structures here from both sides.
Yeah, it's very likely that we'll see a slow maneuvering game where both sides will have difficulty coming up with a plan. So you're saying that this is actually all theory, this move knight b1?
So knight b1 here is the only played move. Like white always goes with knight b1 here.
So how many games have still been played with the move knight b1?
I can see five games, and all those games was played in 2019. So
okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm curious to see. I mean, given the fact that Andrejkin still has 130 on the clock, I guess he might still be in his preparation. I guess Anish is not, but yeah, I'm curious to see as to how much further Andrejkin has this all prepared. I saw when I had a very quick glance, he had a game against Salem in 2019 that was quite similar, in which black played on move 8. Black played the move d6, white played bishop e2, and black played queen c7, castles, and knight c6, which is possible, but I feel like generally the knight is a little bit misplaced on the c6 square. I think Anish's setup is much more harmonious with the knight on d7 and the bishop on b7. So let's have a look. So this is the current position we have on the board with knight at b1.
Yes, that's right. I had some time to watch the interview of after yesterday between these two players, and it was very interesting to know what was their thoughts during that crazy first game of the semifinals. And seems like Andrejkin said that he had this kind of opening earlier against one of the strong grandmasters, and he won the game, and he thought it was really good for him. And that game went all the way to this alliance that he played with knight f6, knight e4. But then through the game, he understood that he was very, very hard situation, and he has to do something. And that's why he started to do some provocations with knight b4 and going pieces around. But also from Anish's perspective, he thought that knight f7 was such a strong move that black could not really hold the position together. And then he decided it was some sort of illusion that he had, that there was a checkmate after queen takes d5 in the end, where king could just go on the side and keep the safe situation. So yeah, even stronger masters are having illusions, as they are calling, which is really interesting. And I think they got too tired yesterday. They put so much of the energy yesterday's game, and today they both are happy to just keep it going easy and a little bit more solid than it was yesterday.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it was quite surprising that Anish in that game, he went for this crazy sacrifice with knight f7, but we thought that after knight h3, his position was borderline winning. That's also what Andrejkin said in the interview. I think Anish just felt that the move knight f7 was winning. I don't know how much he considered of knight h3, but it was quite surprising that he did not go for that because it looked like Andrekin had a lot of trouble in the position, and after knight
Sure.
to h3, all of those problems would have remained. So it definitely
As I
felt like Anish missed it.
remember, Benjamin, he played knight f7 rather really fast.
I think
he
so,
played
yeah.
really fast.
Yeah, it's quite surprising that he didn't take a little bit more time there. Because okay, knight f7, it looked promising. On the other hand, the position he had was really good, right? And when he goes knight f7, the position transforms. And of course, it's difficult to evaluate what really is going to happen, right? So yeah, I think he missed a big opportunity to win yesterday. I think if he had won yesterday, I don't see him losing today. So he would have had a great chance of making it to the final. But right now, there's still all to play for. And as we speak, the move knight e4 has just appeared on the board. So I guess, as you mentioned, white generally trades on g7, right?
Yeah, the bishop g7 is possible, and I can see that there is one game with bishop d4 first to keep his queen from c5, and the queen can go on c7, or queen can go on f5, and then we have some sort of trade, yeah, this position seems to be the same. Like white has to decide, is it worth it to kick the queen out of c5, or you just maybe don't want to bring this queen back in the passive position, because you never know, this queen can be wrongly placed on c5 and can be under white's threats, or it can be active. So this is a decision Andreikin has to make now at this point.
Yeah, it's a good question, whether the queen is misplayed on c5 or not. I guess, yeah, if black takes, we take with the pawn, and white should have a pleasant advantage. So let's see. I mean, as you mentioned, some games have still been played here. So he must be familiar with the position, however he seems to be thinking here. So let's see what he will come up with. Yeah, it's quite interesting. So this game is going to be rather quiet, slow maneuvering. But the game between MVL and Rapport, as we saw before, is absolute fire on the board, which is kind of what MVL should hope for, right? I mean, he's in a must-win situation. The only annoying thing is the fact that he is in Rapport's preparation. And yeah, we talked about the Grand Prix quite a lot, and all the chance of all the different players. And the other day, the pairings of the third leg of the Grand Prix have been announced. Caddy, what do you make of these group pairings?
I think Group A is a total fire over there. Levon Aronian and Hikaru Nakamura, those are the winners and the runner-ups of the first leg of the Grand Prix. And we also have a Dimitri Andreikin here joining them, who is the semi-finalist here in the second leg of the Grand Prix. I think this group is the prettiest looking group, but also the other groups are very, very tense. In Group B, Dominguez seems to be the a leader, as he has most of the points out of all of them. We have seen the rest of the players not reaching the semifinals, so he has most of the points and more chances to get the candidates tournament. And also Group C seems to be very interesting. However, we do have here the same situation as those players were kicked out from the group stage. We do have here MVL, but he's really struggling for now to come back and go to the tiebreak. So we don't know still what will be the situation after the second leg. But for now, out of 4 players, 3 has really low chances to get at the candidate seat. But we do have Group D in the end, and here we have a very interesting situation. We do have Anish Giri and Vitigo again in the same pool, as well as Tabatabai. He was also the group of player of the Group B, where Anish Giri won the knockout stage rather precisely and rather a strong way.
Yeah, so it's a little bit surprising. Some groups seem to be quite the same again. I think that Pool A is going to be really the toughest pool with Levon Aronian and Hikaru Nakamura, who seem to have been in great shape in Berlin. Pool B also seems pretty tough with Shakir Mamedyarov and Lanier Dominguez. And I feel like Anish sort of got the easiest pool. Of course, Nikita Vichigov is a very strong player, but in all the other pools, the second seed is a player who's rated, over 2750. So pool A is going to be a tough fight, probably between Levon Aronian and Hikaru Nakamura. And as you mentioned before, only one of them can win the group. So probably the one who wins that group is going to qualify to the candidates tournament. So that's going to be an absolute nail biter. It of course also all depends on how Anish will do in this one and in the group there as well. So yeah, it's going to be very exciting.
Yes, and very, very, very interesting draws of lots indeed to have this kind of setup here in the last stage of the Grand Prix, and everyone really wonders how these pairings are done, and is it some sort of like rating average, or it's manual thing, it's just automatic draws on lots. So yeah, I was pretty much the automatic when I saw that video, Benjamin, which was recorded online. And just imagine players watching that, Hikaru and Aronian watching that. I'm sure they were not happy.
Oh, there was a video?
Yes, there's a video. I'm gonna share that later.
Okay, yeah. I'm curious to see indeed how the groups were made. But yeah, the pools seem to be extremely tough, especially Hikaru's group. It has Levon Aronian, who's probably the highest seed in the Grand Prix overall. I mean, he's like 27, 80, 85 or something at this point. And yeah, Hikaru also, of course, very, very strong player. So it's going to be very tough for other players to win their groups.
Aronian is top 4 seed and seems to be the highest participant of all other Grand Prix players. We do have Magnus Carlsen, Lireza Ferrer already qualified. We do have Ding Liren, who couldn't make the the Grand Prix tournament due to the COVID restrictions. And then we do have one of the higher rated players, Levon Aronian, and so on and so on, other players too.
Yeah, that's going to be it's going to be very interesting to see who will win that group. But I guess we will just have to wait and see. In the meantime, these games are heating up as well. And with all that being said and done, we are going to be taking our very first break of the day. Do not go anywhere, you guys. We will be right back with more action from the FIDE Grand Prix in Belgrade. We'll see you guys after the break.
The chess.com Rapid Chess Championship is a brand new world-class online rapid event series for top 100 players, top 10 women, top 10 junior in the world. Watch as the very best compete for their share of $20,000 of each week, culminating with $150,000 prize finals in the late August. Never a boring Saturday morning anymore. Make sure to tune into the Rapid Chess Championship. But before that event starts, we do have every day, we do have the games of the Grand Prix. So here we have the semifinals and the game 2, Benjamin, and very, very interesting situation in the game of MVL and Richard Rapport. Seems like MVL is taking a lot of time from his clock to figure out how to continue to play. And meanwhile, the other game of Andreikin and Giri seems to be rather peaceful. So what are your thoughts about the game of MVL and Rapport? As MVL is really down on his clock right now.
Yeah, so MVL, he's taking a lot of time. And yeah, of course, it's not easy for him. He must realize that Rapport is in his preparation, because Rapport has 1 hour and 33 minutes on the clock. And also the position is extremely sharp and difficult to figure out what really is going on. So as we said before, white is a lot of moves here. Bishop d5 is a move. F4, c3, those are all options. But I mean, you're always dealing with this knight on g5 that's kind of hanging in the air. So I guess he's just weighing all of those. Perhaps he feels that this position is really critical. That's why he feels like it's worth investing so much time. And perhaps he's also not that familiar with the move knight to h6. As we discussed before, it's a bit of a sideline of this variation. Maybe he had still looked at this line with knight takes b3 more recently, where white takes, black takes, and after knight g5, black plays the move queen to d7. So maybe, as we said, this move knight h6 might have thrown him off a little bit. And yeah, I'm curious to see what he will come up with eventually. It seems that this line was refuted back in the day with the move bishop d5, after which black plays pawn c6, we go c3, takes, black goes bishop b7. And once again, this knight on g5 is always really difficult to deal with, but white can save it by playing the move queen d2, and this whole line goes on and on. And Richard must have analyzed this in great depth. It's probably a little bit dubious for black, but figuring this out over the board while you're facing home preparation is very difficult.
It is very difficult, especially when you are in the mastery situation as MVL is right now, and you know that your opponent is in his lines, and obviously the position feels like one wrong move will cause him a lose, and that's gonna be the end for MVL, not for the only this Grand Prix, but also it's gonna get really tough for him to get the candidate's seat, as okay, he has to play last Grand Prix, but then he has to win the whole Grand Prix. So MVL might needs to think of that perspective as well. But here we have this position, and seems like it is quite interesting for us to see. But I'm sure MVL is right now in his lines, and he's considering a lot of possibilities there. I was checking, Benjamin, what happens after f4. To me, f4 seems to be the most natural move, rather the other moves there. And after f4, it is interesting how black responds here. The most common move is d5, just
D5.
to giving up this pawn. And the idea to give up the pawn is to bring the bishop on c5. And after bishop takes d5, you ignore this rook on e8. If it's hanging, you just bring the bishop on c5 and try to open up the diagonal and try to create some sort of checks, discovery checks on the king.
Right, yeah, so d5 and bishop c5 is also something white will have to deal with. Black can also go for something similar with the move c6 to bring the queen out to b6 and create threats here. And yeah, I don't know. It's very difficult to figure out what really is going on. I mean, once again, this knight on g5 always is in danger of getting trapped. So I'm very curious to see what MVL is going to come up with. But for the moment, his time is ticking. He's down to 52 minutes. It's still plenty of time. But yeah, at some point, of course, he will have to make a move. Oh, and he has moved. He's played the move pawn to g3. Okay, very interesting. So what I guess he always wants to be able to have the g2 square for his king, and I'm sure that Richard will keep blitzing here, right?
I agree with that. He should take a look at this line too after g3. Benjamin, the idea of g3 is that if you play bishop e7 right now and straightforward attack the knight, white has an option to play f4. And if you take the pawn with g pawn and pass on, then the knight is free to come back, and white has saved the knight. If you take the other way with e pawn, then white played just g3 pawn right on time, and white can take with g3 to f4 and save g5 knight on the board. Yeah, after taking the bishop on b3.
Yeah, right. Like, let's say we take on b3, we recapture, and if black takes here, we take with the pawn. And our knight on g5 seems perfectly safe. And here it feels like black has an insufficient compensation. And actually, I mean, I wonder if Richard was away from the board. I mean, I'd be shocked if he did not prepare g3. I mean, he must have prepared this move. Otherwise, that's just not good preparation, I would think. Like, you have to check such a move, but he has not moved just yet. So we'll see whether he's going to blitz out his next move. Of course, I mean, he's looked at stuff like f4, bishop d5, and c3, but a move like g3 also needs to be looked at, right? I mean, in such an important game, because if you don't know how to proceed here with black, you might just lose the game. As we said, a move like bishop e7 looks extremely natural. White goes f4, and if black doesn't have the compensation, he's just down a piece. So let's see what he will come up with.
Maybe he's not at the chessboard right now at the table, because MVL really took a lot of time, and it's not really mandatory to sit and just to wait for the opponent next to the board. You can walk, you can take a look at the other game, you can just take a rest. I'm sure they also have some area for rest and get some snacks or some food and drink as well. So very likely he might be out from the board while MVL made the move g3.
Indeed, yeah. So let's see what he will come up with. So bishop e7 seems rather dubious for black. Perhaps black can also something. Oh, he's played bishop e7.
He played that.
But didn't we think that after f4, white is just much better? Yeah, 4 on the board.
And f4 is on the board.
All right, so let's see what he will do now. I mean, I guess he must still be in his preparation, right? I mean, he took 3 minutes. Probably most of the time was spent, maybe getting back to the board, maybe remembering what he had prepared. But let's see what he will come up with here.
What he can do here is to play c6 and trying to open up this center and push d5, bishop c5, queen b6, as white's king is not that pretty looking because the pawns are pushed to forward. And after c6, bishop e7 or king g2 seems to be the white's options. And then what black can do is to trade the bishop on b3 and then push d5 and to play the position just like this.
Yeah, he could play like this. What black can also always try is make a move like queen to c8 to try to trap this bishop to try to trap the knight with the move f6. Because let's say you go here, black goes here, and his knight is all of a sudden trapped because the queen takes away this square. However, white could decide to go f5. So in case of f6, there's a knight at e6, and white's just winning. However, with the move f5, the knight now loses support, and black could play queen at d8, hitting knight. However, we can always defend it with queen at d2. But I mean, with all that being said, I don't really see it for black. I mean, yes, black has 2 pawns and the open h file. However, I mean, this knight on h6 is also kind of misplaced. It's blocking the H file also. So I don't really see it for black. And Richard is thinking in the current position, like if he doesn't know how to proceed here, he might just get blown off the board. I mean, I'm very puzzled as to what is happening here. Like I don't really see it for black. And if there's nothing, he might just be close to lost.
Yes. Also, I have really difficult time just to believe that he didn't prepare G3 move here. Maybe he's just recalling all the lines, and yeah, he has plenty of time, so that can be okay for him to spend some more minutes. But if he spends more than 5-10 minutes now at this point for this move, it means that he knew at some point, and now he's playing by himself, which can be really, really dangerous. Queen d7 was played with probably the same ideas at some point, to take the bishop on b3 and then f6 to trap the knight on g5.
Yeah, Queen e7 still played rather quickly by a rich report. So let's see what MVL should do in the current position. So someone like knight c3 looks looks rather natural, but I guess you always have to deal with f6 coming sooner or later. Like let's say, I guess f6 right now is not an option because we go knight e6, and if black takes, we have queen d5 with attack on the rook and the knight, and white wins the game because here the position is much more simplified. So perhaps what you could do is maybe take, well, I guess if you take a b3 first, maybe f6 now. Right, I guess the knight is still trapped.
Yes, what white should do after queen d7 is queen d3, Benjamin, because black's threat is to take this bishop and then f6 to trap. And now if black takes the bishop, then queen comes on b3, and after f6, knight will be safe on e6 as the queen guards from b3.
Yeah, I really like that idea. So let's say white goes queen to d3, then the question becomes, okay, what does black do here? Right, because once again, black's down a piece. He needs to prove it one way or another. But I mean, Richard is still playing fairly quickly. He might still be in his preparation. However, I'm getting slightly worried for him in a sense that he did take a couple minutes here and there. So I don't know. And yeah, I'm having a hard time really seeing the compensation in the current position, but we'll see what he will come up with.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I believe other than queen d3 moves, queen d3 move that might be really, really dangerous for white. As if black gets the piece back, then black's pieces are very active, and white has still not developed queen side. And if black manages to get increase the forces on the H file, white will really, really struggle with that. But queen d3 seems to be a move that it's possible to be played.
Yeah, queen d3 looks,
yeah.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Queen d3 looks quite natural. I was just wondering, like, let's say we want black to take here, right? Why don't we play the move c3 then, hitting the knight? Because if black takes now, we bring out our queen. The one thing I do not like is that the pawn on c3 cuts off the queen's defense, right, along the third rank. So maybe that could open up some possibilities for black. I don't know, but yeah, let's see what MVL will do in this position. So queen d3 looks quite natural. He could also choose to go f5 once again with the idea of f6 to have the move knight e6 available. And in case of queen d8, there's always still the move queen and d2 to defend this knight over here.
Isn't there a bishop g5 move? Bishop g5, knight f3?
Right, that is an option for black, and you get back the exchange. However, I think that this position should be really good for white. I mean, we have two strong bishops. First of all, where's the black king gonna go, right? I mean, kingside castles looks completely suicidal. You cannot go queenside castles in this position. And to play queenside castles, you would have to play f6 first. Now we drop back. And still you cannot go queenside castles because there's bishop e6. And I don't know, this looks crushing for white. I would think, I mean, the knight coming to c3, a4. White's king now feels completely safe. So I think black should try to keep the position complicated and not try to win back some material like this. But yeah, MVL is thinking in the current position. I'm very curious to see what he will come up with.
He's down to 52 minutes, and this is just move 12. So this is quite a lot of time consuming position for MVL. As he was not prepared for it. For that sense, Richard had a really nice plan, as he's taken most of the time from MVL. And if he can equalize the position, then it can be really good results for Richard, for sure. But on the other hand, I believe that MVL can be really happy, as he has a chance rather than to play a really boring position. Now he has opportunity to invest some time and think of the best solution, and he goes f5. That's interesting.
Yeah, F5, very interesting move indeed. Once again with the idea of f6, knight e6, and yeah, we'll see what Richard will do here. I mean, I guess he must have still prepared this, right? It looks like a very natural move. Maybe black can go for something like c6, so the queen can always swing over, or maybe d5 in some positions. But yeah, this one is definitely heating up and looking to be very exciting. Perhaps we can have a quick look at the game between Anish Giri and Dmitry Andreikin as well, because that one seems to be a completely different game. What do you think of that one, Katie?
I think they're going easy on us today, as one game is extremely sharp, another is rather more safe here, and they are just gonna play the several more moves here, and clearly none of the side has such a big weakness than others can use it. So I think this game will end in a draw with a clear play, and it's hard to imagine that these two players going to make any weird moves here or big mistakes. So yeah, I think it's quite safe, and why we're saying that it's a safe position for both players, because this pawn structure is just hard to find the weakness in both positions, right? Like these pawn structures are just perfect. They look really, really nice.
Indeed, yeah. So let's have a very quick look at as to how we got here. After knight v1, knight e4 was played. They traded the bishops. Knight after d2. He wanted to get rid of this knight on e4. So black took. We took. And Draken took with the queen. You might think that this is a little bit weird. Like, why wouldn't you take with a knight? Because it's passive on b1. However, this knight wants to come out to the c3 square. Black played queen and g5 with a very simple threat of checkmate in one. So white played f3, blocking the diagonal of the bishop. And knight f6 has just been played by Anish. So I expect Andreikin to play someone like knight c3 here. And perhaps what Anish wants to do is to go for something like d5 sooner or later, which could potentially solve all of his problems. However, I think in this position, there might be a slight problem, because white has to move f4, hitting the queen. The queen steps to the side, and now maybe some tactics with taking here. And if you take the knight, there's the fork e4. So I guess black should just play, calmly with moves like rook fd8, with the other rook coming to c8. I guess white goes here, for example, rook fd1. And I don't know, I feel like black shouldn't really have much to worry about. Maybe there's still a problem with the move d5, but if you just go rook a8, I mean, what is white really gonna do here, right? I mean, black has no weaknesses. The position is extremely solid. Yeah, I think it's quite likely that this game will just end a draw, which means that we will come back tomorrow for the tiebreak.
Yeah, this pretty much means it. So let's very quickly take a look what will be at the tie breaks. We're going to have two rapid games, Benjamin, and the time control will be 15 minutes plus 10 seconds. If the game is tied, if the match is tied 1-1, then we're going to have two blitz games, and the time control in that game will be 3+2. And in case of the draw in both games of blitz, then we're gonna have an Armageddon game where white has gonna get 5 minutes and the black gonna get 4 minutes, and two possible results to win the match. Draw is also equal for black as a victory, so as a 1 point. So it's going to be very interesting to see tie breaks, obviously, at this stage. I remember we had tie breaks, first tie breaks after knockout system in the first leg, but second leg was more or less clear, and we just went at this semifinals without any tie breaks. But now we are very close to have the tie breaks, at least in the game of Andrekin and Giri. As it ended in a draw, and the other game is still big question there. What is going on? We still don't know, as the piece is missing. There is a compensation for it, and what we know is that Report is in his home preparation, and MVL is surprised by that decision. So this is currently the situation in the both games.
Indeed, yeah, I think it's quite likely that this match between Dimitri Andrekin and Anish Giri will go to tie breaks. And I don't know who's the favorite there. I mean, I guess Anish might still be a slight favorite. However, I mean, Andrekin is really good in rapid and blitz chess. I think he once was the European champion in blitz. I don't know exactly what his statistics are in rapid, but I know that he was always super dangerous in those tie breaks in FIDE World Cups. So we'll see how that will go. And yeah, MVL still has good chances to come back in this match, because the game is very sharp, and it looks like Report is out of his preparation here. I mean, he's taking 5 minutes, so I would be surprised if he still if he has still looked at this. But yeah, the position is very double-edged. So Black has a lot of options. We said that Queen D8 is an option, hitting the knight, but White always still has the move Queen D2 to defend. Black can also go for stuff like C6, maybe with Queen A7 or D5 in the center. So I'm very curious to see which one he will come up with. But either way, this one is looking to be very exciting.
It will be very excited indeed. Yeah, it was a funny situation when Richard Ruffords answered with a joke on the question at the interview, when he was asked how he feels about it. It's like what kind of situation he is right now, because many of the players, they feel a bit stressed when they have advance in the match, and they can also make a draw. So this can be a cause of some passive game, and even at the first leg of the Grand Prix, we see some sort of cases where players go a little bit passive because they needed a draw, and then it was a bit of struggle later. And he answered with this question really funny way. It's like, okay, you lose a game, you are in trouble. You win a game, you are in trouble. You draw a game, you're still in trouble. So that's actually
Wait, what does he mean? Like, he's still in trouble.
Like, you still feel stressed with it. Like at his situation when he needs just a draw, this can be also just mentally very hard situation for him to just realize and play a normal game like he could play some other time, which is actually true. Yeah. Like myself, I always feel more stressed when I am half a point ahead and I have to make a draw, or when I'm keeping the lead, and I prefer obviously to be the one who is a little half a point behind and can try to catch. So there are many types of players and there's the situation, but at this point they are so experienced player. I suppose all of them prefer to have a point advantage in the semifinals.
Indeed, yeah, no, for sure. Of course, you would love to be ahead rather than behind, because a draw will be enough here for Richard to make it to the next stage. But and of course for MVL, by the way, there's also a lot of pressure because he has to win this game, right? I mean, that also puts pressure on him. So we'll see how he will deal with that. He's got the kind of position you really want in a must-win situation, and it's weird because Report just sort of gave him this, right? Why didn't Report play more solid? That's a big question we're all asking ourselves, and he seems to be out of his preparation here. Like, I feel like if he would go for something that's so risky, he would really need to have everything prepared, right? But the fact that he's spending time here, I feel like it was maybe a mistake to go for this line, but we'll see how it plays out. I mean, if he wins this game, brilliantly, and it's all too difficult for MVL to figure out, then of course he's a genius. But let's say he gets blown off the board, then everyone is thinking like, okay, why did he take so much risk, and why did he not, play the burn and be solid? Like, the worst thing that can happen is that you have a slightly worse position. I mean, okay, big deal, like you defend, but here, like, okay, if you can't figure it out, you can just lose in the next 5 to 10 moves. So we'll see what he will do.
Yeah, it would be understandable if MVL with Black Faces choose this opening and goes to the complications. That would be understandable, but now Richards choose this way. Well, when he just needs a composition draw to get to himself to the finals. Yeah, that's also a big question. But actually, Richard is a player who is known for these complicated positions, being good in complicated positions, and who can be very creative at the board. I remember when first he started to shine, he was winning a lot of crazy games and people were really surprised by him. But he had a lot of ups and downs. He was winning one tournament, beautiful game, and the other tournaments he was just going really crazy and it was ending really badly for him. And at some point he stabilized his game and he joined the elite group of the elite players after that. And to be honest, at this point I really did not expect him to go all crazy again, as he likes to complicate the position and have a lot of tactical motives. But we're gonna say it. We're gonna say it. We don't know what he's thinking right now, how he's feeling in this position. Maybe he's still feeling that that's the right position to play.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised as well. I should mention he was a very creative and aggressive player early on, but then he became more solid, and I think that allowed him to become a more established top player. But yeah, right now, I don't know. It feels very risky what he is doing, but let's see what he will come up with. I don't know. There's no direct path towards the white king, which is kind of annoying to deal with. And maybe what you should do is try to create something in the center, right? With d5, so maybe someone like c6 and d5. But I guess white can always go for someone like king to g2, h1, knight c3. And I don't know. I'm having a tough time really seeing the compensation here for black. I would prefer to be white here in this position. So I'm very curious to see what Richard will come up with.
Yeah, that's very interesting position. Also, what I really like here, from white side, is to play on the queen side. Maybe white can try to play a4 to open up the file. As the king on e8 is still not castled, and black is obviously not going to castle on the short side. And if you castle on the long side or keep the king in the center, then you need open a file. Why not?
Indeed, yeah. So a4 also makes a lot of sense. Try to open up there on the queen side. I'm sure that's also on MVL's radar. But yeah, let's think here for Richard, right? Like, what can he do in the current position? So c6, I guess, is a move. Queen d8 is a move, but I guess we just go queen to d2. Black can once again go for this trade, but I feel like this should always work out in white's favor. You can throw a knight f3. We take, black takes here. We take, you take here. But I guess white can just play someone like knight at d2, round this pawn on f3, and we have two bishops for a rook and a pawn, but the rooks are not really playing. I feel like white should be doing great here. I mean, we can always go a4, bishop d5 is coming. This should just be borderline winning for white. So I think that this trick never really works for black. And then the question is, okay, how do you follow up then after the move queen to d2? Which I don't really see.
Yeah, I like more c6 move because this also additionally opens up the road for the queen to a7 to give some checks there, to be ready to give a check there. So what happens after c6? How white should react if this pawn comes on forward?
Yes, c6 makes sense. So let's have a look. So I feel like someone like King G2 always makes sense, so this never comes with a check. And we're not on this diagonal. It feels like the king just sits a little bit safer there. The rook can swing in the h1. And I mean, I guess, is long castles ever a move, or does that... I mean, I guess long castles is a move. But White could always decide to go someone like bishop e3 to put pressure on this knight. And
maybe even take the pawn on f7 would be fine.
Right, perhaps we can also take here. Right, and if black takes here, I guess we take one of the rooks, right? And this knight in a1 is probably going to get trapped. So I really like that idea. Yeah, so let's say we take here, black takes here, and we go knight g6, for example. And sooner or later, we should be able to trap this knight in the corner, and white should just be winning. So perhaps what black should do is go for something like pawn d5, because we put pressure on the pawn at e4, and if that pawn falls, then f5 is going to hang, this knight jumps in, and then all of a sudden things can get very tricky. So maybe that's what Richard should go for, but I don't think that that's an easy decision. Also, he's taking at least like 15 minutes here, so let's see whether this is what he will do.
That's right. Yeah, after d5, black wants to take e4 pawn and to weaken f5. So in case if knight from h6 gets to f5, takes this pawn, that's very good scenario for black. So white has to go against it, and white has to deal with it. And maybe this is gonna be another challenge for MVL to figure out how to react after d5. So all this gonna happen, very likely gonna happen in this game. Now we're going to take a very short break. We'll be back in a few minutes and hope that we're gonna have some more updates in this game, because it is so interesting, it is so important. MVL is in must-win situation, but he has not much of the time on the clock, and Richard Rufford still has his favorite complicated position. So guys, don't go anywhere, we'll be back soon.
It's game 6, it's day 6 for the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship. What will the world champion do with his third chance with the white pieces?
He's not recalling, he's
studying.
He's studying.
I like that.
And that's important because Magnus caught him off guard. He's trying to figure out this position, and just because he didn't take the pawn and he didn't develop doesn't mean that the rest of the game is easy for him.
Like, from the way he's acting, his body language, and the fact that he was playing very rapidly and now he's stopping to think, it looks like knight c6 was a bit of a surprise, but I don't understand how it can be a surprise.
I don't know. The way he's played this game so far.
This really has been the most impressive game Jan has played.
Magnus moves the queen up. Game on, ladies and gentlemen. We have action in game 6, not bishop b4.
What did they have in mind? It was bishop b4 was such a natural move. I'm kind of puzzled.
Jan is trying to keep this confusing for Magnus with these moves. Wait, what just happened? Wait,
e4.
Knight f4. Oh, nice e5.
Oh, no, this could be trouble.
Jan is blowing this position here with no time now.
Well, like queen b4, it worked.
Look, knight e4. Because if you take the knight, you lose the bishop.
Magnus Carlsen has reached time control. Jan Nepomniachtchi has one more move to make or he loses on time.
Queen b3.
Oh my gosh.
Jan is defending this endgame.
Jan is defending this endgame incredibly well. I think that this is, frankly, if Jan holds this, it might be as telling in regards to what we'll be talking about in the World Championship as anything else, because this is the test. we have broken history here in the 2021 World Chess Championship, because the move rook to d2 officially makes this game the longest game in World Chess Championship history.
Black has to be careful.
This is going to be so hard for Jan to hold, because he's just going to keep pushing this.
I think that's just winning, because you can no longer check that king anymore.
I expect Jan Nepomniachtchi to throw in the towel in this position.
That's the way it is. As I said, it shouldn't be easy in a World Championship match. You have to try for every chance, no matter how small it is.
Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix second leg, and we are already reached semifinals, and we do have 2 games in progress. MVL is in must-win situation now at this point, and he has very complicated position against Richard Rupert, and the other game, Draken against Giri, is more peaceful game as they have swapped the queens now, and they got to the end game. And here draw will brings us to the tie breaks, as the first game has also ended in a draw. Benjamin, what is happening here in the game of MVL and Richard Rufford? Seems like Richard is not making his move.
Yeah, so Richard has not moved yet after MVL played the move F5, so we'll just have to wait and see what he's going to come up with. We expected something along the lines of C6, perhaps D5 to undermine his pawn on E4 so the knight can come back into the game through F5. So perhaps we can have a quick look at the game between Dmitry and Draken and Anish Giri and see what has happened there. So we left off after the move knight to F6 from black, and white played E4. I'm a little bit surprised by that move. I thought that he should go, like, the move E4 offers a queen trade. I thought if he wanted to trade the queens, white should play knight to C3, rook fd8, rook fd1, and then after rook ac8, then e4. Because you keep your knight on c3, which is where you want to have the knight, and now your rook is also slightly better placed. And I mean, this endgame should be approximately even, but I guess this would be a slightly better version. I'm wondering if perhaps he was worried that black could go for a quick d5, which might be okay for black. So let's see, we have knight f6, e4. The trade happened, and this one is looking very dry. And we discussed before, the players go to tiebreak. It starts out with rapid, then if that ends in a tie, it goes to blitz. And what is the exact format of the Armageddon? It looks like white gets 5 minutes and black gets 4 minutes. But usually there's also the thing that after move 60, there will be an increment. Is that also the case here?
That's a very good question, but in very few games, the players are reaching 60 moves. As itself, the time control is really, really strange. Here we have this Armageddon. And besides the fancy name of this time control, many of the players have to make this decision. And Benjamin, this is not an easy decision to pick a color. You can pick a color to go with white pieces and have more time on the clock, or to go with black pieces and have 1 minute less on the clock, but draw can get you a victory. So this is really a tough decision for many of the players. What would be your personal choice if you go to the Armageddon stage?
Yeah, it's a interesting decision. Yeah, I guess it always depends on how the match is going, right? If the match is very back and forth, then you're more inclined to take the white piece. However, if there's a lot of draws, it's more likely that I'll pick black. But I think overall, I mean, having the white piece and an extra minute should be quite a pleasant advantage. But with that being said, I think I'll choose black because I'll just have to be solid. What about you?
I would choose black as well, because obviously I don't often get the advantage with white pieces anyway. So draw can be a really good option for me. A lot of players are choosing black pieces for this reason, as they can find an opening where they can hold on a draw equal position. But there are few grandmasters who I know as a fact they like to choose white pieces. That's one player is Jan Christoph Duda, and he believes that white is such a luxury thing to be with white pieces, and you start, you can get advantage. He would never choose black pieces in that terms. And also Dubov thinks that he would always choose white pieces as it's an opportunity to have an advantage, and then you can actually win a game, not to make a draw. Here we do have two questions, and that will be also very nice if our chat on Twitch and YouTube can get engaged to this topic, what they think. Players should choose white pieces or black pieces, and why it should be. What could be your personal choice if you were one of those players plays? And the second question goes to the fact that what happens if we have a shortened time on the clock? Like, for instance, white has 4 minutes and black has just 3 minutes. Would all the players still choose, most of the players still choose black pieces in that case? What do you think, Benjamin?
Yeah, so actually, by the way, there is a 2-second increment starting from move 61. So flagging is very much an option. However, if the players do reach move 60, then that goes out of the window. I think that is that's always how it should be. However, in some games, I think in the recent FIDE World Cup over the summer, we saw some games where the pieces just went flying because there are situations where both of them just have like 5 seconds on the clock, and what are you going to do, right? So I think with 4 minutes against 3 minutes, white does become quite a considerable favorite for sure. So then you should definitely pick the white pieces. There have also been tiebreaks where white would get 6 minutes against black's 5. And I think in that case, black is definitely a favorite against. I think 5 to 4 is really sort of the break-even point, even though there's still people who argue that black is, I don't know. I guess black is the favorite, but I remember in Norway chess, there were also games where I think it was white having 10 minutes and black 7. And black did really well in those tiebreakers. So I feel like in that case, black should be quite a big favorite because with 7 minutes on the clock, flagging is not really, it's very difficult to get flagged, you know? So it's always very interesting.
Yeah, that's a very, very interesting topic. And some of the chess fans are considering Armageddon a little bit too old format for to still have so much on it, and should be considered some other format as well. But yeah, that's for now what we have for this tournament. And if we get into the Armageddon, it is really nice for us to see that game. But for players, I'm sure it is lots of emotion when they are playing the Armageddon and when they have to choose the side and pick a side. For now, Benjamin, we do have C6 on the board. We do have a move from Richard. He took quite a time for this move, and already he is down to 59 minutes. He almost catched up MVL. And then he made the move C6. His idea is to play D5, to trade the pawn on E4, and then to try to bring the knight from H6, which is in the corner, into the game to F5 and open up the H file for the rook as well.
Indeed, yeah. So let's see what MVL will do here. But yeah, as you mentioned, as a spectator, I'm always hoping that there will be an Armageddon. I've never played an Armageddon myself, but I'm sure that it must be quite stressful. So we'll see how the players will deal with that. But yeah, it's always a lot of fun watching. And yeah, the thing with Armageddon, and people are contesting these days, like whether it's really the best way of deciding a tiebreak, is because at some point, like, you know, a lot of rules are violated, right? With the flying pieces and stuff like that. So what I saw at the World Rapid and Blitz Championships is that they would play a sudden death game. So for example, in a tiebreak between MVL and Jan Christoph Duda, they played 2 games, right? So one game with white, one game with black. But then after that, MVL had the white pieces, and basically the thing was like, okay, if one of the players wins, that's sort of the end of the match. But if it's a draw, they'll play again, right? But
first win wins, yeah.
Right, but then the question becomes like, they could do that, I guess, in the World Rapid and Blitz, because there they had the standings from the Swiss before, right? So whoever finished higher gets to play white first, right? But let's say in this tournament, you don't have such Swiss standings or anything like that. So the players are just starting on equal footing. So then it's difficult to do something like that. So maybe Armageddon is then the only option, even though some players or organizers do not like it because of all the flying pieces that we often see.
Oh, yeah, we saw that flying pieces at the World Cup that happened into the women section. And there was one tricky game when both sides.
I think I know what game you're referring to.
Yes, and with black pieces, it's one of my friends, Anna Matnadze, was playing against Olga Badalka, and I had a small chat with her. I hope most of our viewers have seen that game and that video. I'm sure you guys have seen it, where the pieces were dropping off the board, and it was like unrealistic moves, illegal moves happening. She said that at the beginning it was a bit shock for her what was happening, and then she decided to do the same, which obviously did not end up well for her. So quite tricky. What do you think, Benjamin? This should be like this, or you should be punishable if you drop your piece, or just make should it count as illegal move, or it's just fine and let the pieces fly, because why not?
Well, I mean, those are illegal moves, and actually the players are in the right to stop the clock, call the arbiter, and just tell the arbiter, be like, okay, my opponent is making an illegal move, I claim an extra minute on the clock. And that makes all the difference if both players have, let's say, 10 seconds on the clock. So I understand that in the heat of the moment, players might not think about that, and you might be sort of in, like, let's say you're playing randomly with a friend, like a random blitz game, then stuff like this happens. But in a game like in the World Cup, you are very much in your right to call the arbiter, like stop the clock, call the arbiter, and make a claim for an extra minute or so on the clock if your opponent's just knocking over pieces, right? So that is what I would say is what the players should do if it comes down to a situation like that.
Yeah, that's a really good option in most of the situations, to just stop the arbiter. Don't interrupt, don't get into the whole situation by yourself. Don't try to copy what the opponent does, the wrong reactions, but just stop the clock and just call an arbiter. There was also a lot of talks that arbiters should get interrupted in this case if something happens like that. But the best is just to calm down yourself, think through all of this, hold your emotions and stop the clock, which is really, really hard decision to do. Like, all of us have been in this situation when you are just surprised by how your opponent is reacting, and you are getting so pissed, and this happens in seconds. You don't have much of it. Just imagine you have 10 seconds on the clock. You cannot think and do and react with everything. It's just no time for that. But yeah, sometimes some people have this kind of bad experience, and we can learn out of it, and we can use it as a very good example. Benjamin, while we were talking, we did receive a new move in the game of MVL and Robert. So this move is knight to c3, and MVL decided, all right, I'll just tap pawn coming to d5 this way. If you push this pawn, I'll capture it twice on d5.
Yeah, I guess that's his idea, to just stop the move pawn at d5. I guess so actually, like, even if we take, there might still be stuff like knight at f5, but I guess it should work out in white's favor. So with the move knight c3, he is indeed stopping knight d5. Maybe perhaps he just wants to follow with bishop to e3. So now it will be very interesting to see what Richard will do. There is always the move queen d8, but I guess we still have queen to d2, which should work out in our favor, I guess. So let's see what else Richard can do here. He could also try to go for a5, trying to trap this bishop on b3. If we go a4, maybe b4 by black, hitting the knight, and if the knight drops back, I mean, I guess black is forced to trade. I don't know. It's really difficult what is really going on in the current position. I mean, I think Black might be doing okay. This knight on g5 is always cut off, but this knight on h6 is also always a little bit strange. So it will be interesting to see what Richard will do in the current position.
Yeah, that's right. So if Richard goes with d5 here, sorry, in the current position, what we have right after knight c3, taking on d5 might be a bit risky, right? Then knight will jump on f5 right away, and black will be very happy with that. So after d5, white should play king g2 here. And in this case, if black takes now pawn on e4, then you can take with a c knight to e4, right? So for this moment, at this moment, knight h to f5 will be impossible, as the pawn on f7 is hanging with a check, and that's not what Robert wants right now. So if you take the bishop on b3 first, then this allows white to trade the queens, and trading queens will be really, really good for white, as there will be less tension on the exposed king, and white is just holding this position perfectly well. So after king d5 and king g2, black can try to castle on the long side and keep all this tension on the board in the center. Yeah, castle in here, and yeah, to just develop the piece. It's so strange for this perspective that there was a piece sacrifice at the very early stage, and then both players are just developing the pieces, and it's still bar says it's equal still. That's really, really interesting position indeed.
Yeah, it's very difficult to figure out what exactly is going on. I guess black would have to play d5 first, because if you go queenside castles right away, then we have this move knight takes f7 again, I guess, which probably should work out in white's favor. So we'll see what report will come up with here. So d5 makes sense, maybe a5, maybe he can make a long castle work one way or another. Queen d8 is a move, hitting the knight on g5. And perhaps we can also have a look at the game. Perhaps we should also have a look at the game between
Andreikin and Giri. And this game, look at this. White goes a third time, I think, knight to b1. At the beginning, it was on b1. It developed on d2. It went back on b1 once again. Then queens were traded, and now the knight goes back on b1. Benjamin, this means that the position is so peaceful. One side is allowed to make these kind of moves several times and not be punished, right?
Indeed, yeah. So Andreikin goes knight to b1. This move might look a bit strange, but the knight sits very nicely on the c3 square. It controls the b5 and d5 squares. And I mean, I think we'll just get into a position where for both players, it will just be really difficult to ever improve their position. So we'll see what's going to happen. Maybe a6 from Anish, trying to prepare to move b5 at some point. I guess white will bring his king to e3 sooner or later, but the position looks extremely dry here, to say the least.
It is. It's going to be very, very equal. And I wonder how many moves they have played. Very likely they might just make 30 moves and just suffer a draw here and get themselves ready for the tie breaks. I'm sure both players would be happy to get into the tie breaks. I just searched the results between these two players, how they have played, and it seems like none of the players have ever scored a win. They have made a lot of draws in classical chess and also in rapid and blitz chess, which is very interesting. And they are in the almost like same age, and I'm sure they have played several games already. And tie breaks will be very interesting from this perspective, and we might also see Armageddon. That we were just talking about the format of the Armageddon.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see Dmitry Andreikin. He plays in a lot of Title Tuesdays on chess.com. So he plays plenty of blitz. Anish, I don't really see him playing a lot of blitz or rapid. However, he did play, in the in many online events, and he's been doing pretty well on those. So I guess in Rapid, Anish should definitely still be favored. However, if it comes down to Blitz, I think then the chances become much more even. But already I feel like Anish's biggest advantage was in classical. So it's nice for Andrekin that he's probably going to get that out of the way, and that he will take the match to tie breaks. But yeah, I don't really see anything happening here, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna say this game going not to any decisive result, as I don't really believe that they can make here huge mistakes. So this means that we will be very much focused today on the other game of MWL and Robert. So maybe we can bring once again bird's eye view back. I hope you're fine, Benjamin.
I'm fine.
Okay, let's give Benjamin some time and bring bird's eye view and take a look also the other game. They are still thinking, both of them. So this is the moment when we do have a little bit of pause, as it's in classical chess, this happens at this stage where they're out of the opening preparation and they are in the middle game. We do spend most of the time in the middle game to figure out what's our plans, how to proceed our plans. And yeah, that makes sense. But luckily to us, we're going to have moves really fast as the players are losing time on the clock. And I can see that Richard Robert has 50 minutes on the clock and MWL has 40 minutes for now, and still it is Richard who is thinking.
Yeah, so the players are getting lower on the clock than we would think, because they have only played 14 moves, I believe. They've only played 14 moves. So Richard only has played. That means that Richard only has played 13 moves. So I think it's quite likely that we'll see bit of a time scramble here. I mean, MVL still has to make 26 more moves until the time control. However, I mean, we don't know what's going to happen, right? I mean, the game might be decided pretty quickly because the position is so complicated. So let's see what Richard will come up with here. I mean, I think something like, okay, so let's have a look. So maybe what happens after a5, right? Trying to trap the bishop. I guess we have to go a4. Black goes b4, hitting the knight. Let's say we drop back and black trades here, and maybe now goes d5 since we've pushed white's pieces back. However, I mean, there's always king to g2, and we're not really worried about black taking here. But maybe what black can do in some positions is drop this knight back to g8 to be able to go rook to h5. And this knight is not getting trapped right away. However, it's also not ever really feeling safe on g5. So it's always a very difficult situation.
Yeah, indeed, it's not a really easy situation. And at this point, it's hard to find any plan because the king side is more or less like just stopped. None of the side can really push anything on the side. And then we do have a queen side and a center still open. But, if you push first, you might be punished for it. So I kind of have a feeling that they are both holding on, and white obviously has to develop the dark square bishop as well. It's not developed yet, and white can still do some more developing moves. But what about black? Black cannot develop any more pieces already developed. Now castle is possible, and we do have really weird looking move. Oh no, it's not so weird because it attacks the knight on g5, right? So queen d8 was played.
That's a queen d8 by Richard, hitting the knight on g5. So here white has two decisions to make. So knight on g5 is under attack. White can basically do two things about it. He can go queen d2, defending the knight, but white could also choose to go knight takes f7, giving the knight back, because black is forced to take, and then we take here. However, I mean, here the position stabilizes somewhat, and white has lost his material advantage. So I think black should be doing more or less fine after, say, bishop f6, defending the pawn over here, and queen e7 and long castles. And I think black should be doing fine. So perhaps what white should try to do is go queen d2 to hang on to this knight on g5. However, here once again, black. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
Benjamin, there's a very interesting line after queen d2. Black can take the bishop on b3, a takes b3, and knight to g8. And the idea of knight of g8 is rook h5 to increase the attack on g5 knight, and this knight is trapped in there.
Yeah, I don't see how white can save the knight there, to be honest. I mean, yeah, rook h5 is coming very quickly, and I don't see what white can do about it. So I think I really like the move queen to d8 by Richard. It's very straightforward, very direct. And yeah, I don't see what MVL can do, to be honest. As we said, the only other option is to go knight takes f7, but here black seems to be doing just fine after, let's say, bishop f6 followed by queen e7.
Yeah, this can be an option for white, and especially like king g2, you can play bishop e3 and try to bring all this action on the h file and just use it by your own good and try to attack the black's king, because this black's king is right now in the center, and if you castle on the long side, you will be under a4 and under queenside attack. So
that is true. Yeah. Black can go queen e7, but let's say we go bishop e3. It's not like the king is sitting super comfortably on the queen side, because we can try to open up with moves like a4 and perhaps try to use the h file ourselves. Black does have quite a bit of space here, whether that's to his advantage or to his disadvantage, we don't know. But if white can get the h file, then white has something to play for. But yeah, right now MVL's knight is under attack, and I don't see what he can do here. And we know that he has to win this game, right? If he can't figure something out that looks promising, then maybe Richard will just get a good position, and it's going to be tough for MVL to win then.
it's going to get really, really tough. So queen d8 has this very deep move and the plan of trade the knights and the bishop, and then to bring this knight back on g8 with either rook h5. But this also allows white to give back the knight for a pawn and bring and capture another pawn, and finally just end the development and breathe freely. What's your opinion, Benjamin? He will go white here, knight f7, or he will try to keep the piece and go queen d2?
I think he will go knight takes f7 simply because the move queen d2 looks most natural, but after knight takes b3, pawn takes b3, and knight at g8, I simply don't see how white can hang on to the knight here. And here, if you lose the knight, then black is doing perfectly fine. Black probably can't really lose, because he will just be up 1 or 2 pawns. Because in the current position, white has an extra knight, but black has 2 pawns for it, right? So if we get back the knight, even for let's say white gets his 4 pawn, then black is up a pawn, right? And black's position still looks pretty good. I mean, this king over here is pretty weak, and black's position looks rather solid. So I think MVL has to go for knight takes f7 and go for this position, even though it feels like black should be doing fine, right?
It looks like that, but the game is still on. It can be still double-edged, as white can also develop the bishop and try to open up the e file, king g2, rook h1. Yeah, there are plenty of plans here for white as well, so the game can be still on. And if we get at this point, what do you think? Will Richard be happy with his decision to choose this opening, or he would like to have the different scenario?
You know, I think Richard has all the reasons to be happy about the outcome of the opening here. I mean, it looks like he's going to win back the piece. Also, he's drained a lot of time off of MVL's clock, and he didn't have to face any of MVL's preparation, right? So it seems to have worked out in his favor, in the sense that the position got extremely complicated. Ooh. And MVL was not able to figure it out. And as we speak, knight f7 has appeared on the board. So now Richard has to take, right? I mean, there's no other move, it seems.
There's no other move, as now it's a fork, queen is hanging and the rook is hanging. If you play queen b6 and hope for some double checks there, I think that can be simply ignored, and the rook will be captured on h8, as now any double check, knight f2, knight e2, don't really create a mating net. And if there's not a mate, then you just lose a rook on top of piece. So knight f7 seems to be the only move here. And the question is, Benjamin, are you going to take g4 pawn right away, or first you gonna trade the bishop for a knight and make sure that this castle will never, this king will never castle?
Yeah, it's a good question. I guess if we take an f7, black can take, and after queen takes g4, maybe now black has the move knight takes c2, because we have one check, but it seems to be that that's really it. And this pawn on c2 is probably quite important. I mean, the queen on b6 can come in with knight at e3, and as we speak, he has already captured on g4. So we discussed the move bishop f6 here, right, to just guard a pawn on g7. But I was just thinking, if black wants to be extremely solid, what he could also do is trade on b3, white recaptures, then we go bishop g5, offer a bishop trade, like let's say white goes king to g2, and then let's say we trade here, white recaptures, and then we go queen to g5. Like, isn't this like perfect in a game in which you only need a draw? I mean, you just trade off everything, and if anyone's better, it's black. So I'm like, if I would see this, I would go for this anytime if I would be Richard in this position.
Yeah, it's a very good position. Gets into the end game where you don't really have any weaknesses, and this trade of the bishop is very important before you go for bishop g5, because if you go right away bishop g5, you might lose a game, as there is intermediate move. Maybe we can show that on the board, instead of knight b3, if black goes bishop g5 right away, this will loses a game to bishop f7, and yeah, it's with a check, and next move we just take a bishop. So we have to be very, very careful, and first trade the bishop on b3, not allow white to have this kind of traps tricks, and then trades the dark square bishop.
Indeed, yeah, that seems to be the right way to go for black, indeed trading on b3 first, because otherwise there's this trick with bishop takes f7. So let's see whether Richard will go for that. I think it looks quite natural. Trade on b3 and go bishop g5. White doesn't have an intermezzo with someone like queen takes g7, because this rook in the corner is protected, so black can just take the rook, and black is up way too much material. So yeah, it looks like he has to recapture. I mean, taking with the c pawn, I don't really think there's any real point to that. So I guess he just has to take the a pawn, and then bishop g5 looks perfectly solid. Maybe, I wonder if f6 is a move. I guess not, because maybe black can just take with the bishop, and what have we really gained from this, right? So
Yeah,
we'll see
true.
what Richie will do. But I think knight takes b3 looks really good for black.
Maybe instead of like after trade on b3 and bishop g5, what white can do is to play rook to d1, and after bishop trades, queen g5 will not be any longer that strong, as you are giving up d6 pawn, and obviously you don't want to do that.
Indeed, yeah, that's a very nice point. So I guess let's see, after rook to d1, bishop takes c1 still looks decent for black. And then if white recaptures, maybe we'll just play a calm move like queen to f6. The king can always go to e7. I feel like it sits perfectly safe there. And I really like black's position. Black can double on the h file or bring the queen over there. And what is white going to do, right? I mean, these pawns over here are actually quite nice. They cover a lot of squares. So then on f7 can always come out of g5 in some positions. So I think Richard's position is perfect. And I would be almost surprised if he doesn't trade and go bishop g5, because it looks so appealing, especially in a game where it draws enough.
True. So for now, queen g4, this is the position. We don't have yet the updates here, but we do have new moves in the other game, and they started to play really, really fast. And I can see that Anish Giri with black pieces already doubled the rooks on c file and bring now the king is on g7 as well. Seems like black has nothing to worry in here. Only what I don't like in this position of unbreaking, since the light square bishop, because it's really trapped by its own pawns and can't really move around. Here black's idea can be to push a6 and b5 to open up the C file. That's what white should be really careful about. And if you just avoid that kind of threat, then white is still okay, even though that this bishop on e2 is not pretty bishop. So Benjamin, how white is going to avoid this a6 and b5 threat? What's the best way to go against it?
Yeah, it's a good question. So let's have a very quick look at how we got here. So the players traded the queens, then rook ac8 was played by Anish, knight b1 by Andrejka, and rook c5, knight c3, and rook c8. I really like this plan by Anish. And yeah, it's not easy for white to stop a6 and b5. Like, let's say we go king f2. I guess black goes here, but perhaps maybe we just don't really mind black pushing b5. Our bishop protects it. So let's say black goes b5. Perhaps we can just ignore it by going king e3, because I feel like this trade shouldn't be too bad for us. I mean, we have pressure on the pawn at a6. We could also play the move a4, but I don't really want to do that, because then what black can always do is go, let's say, knight at d7. Let's say we bring the king. Then black can sometimes drop the rook back and go knight at c5, hitting this pawn on b3. And black can also go a5 to make sure that white can never go b4. Of course, a5 has the drawback that it weakens the b5 square, but I don't know. I don't really like a4. It creates some holes. It also puts a lot of pawns on the light squares. So I feel like Anish should be doing completely fine here. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe at some point black's position can be slightly preferred if white's not careful, to be honest.
Yeah, can be. Black has this plan. Black can be really careful to play e6 and d5. This is also kind of idea here in this kind of positions, but then you play e6. If your move is not d5 follow up right away, then you might have a backrank pawn on d6, and you don't really want to do that. But yeah, it's just one idea here, obviously, for black, and white can easily handle that idea. Let's very quickly take a look what happened in the other game, because we have one more move, and seems like Richard decided to capture the bishop on b3. White very quickly recaptured it back. So I am so curious what both players are having in mind and how they're going to proceed the game. We're gonna have bishop g5 and the endgame, or we are going to have something else? That's what we're gonna see in a few minutes after we're coming back from a very short break. So guys, don't go anywhere. This is Heating Up, and very soon we're gonna know who's gonna be a finalist, or we might have also tie breaks tomorrow. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
Magnus Carlsen is on the brink of adding 5-time to his World Chess Championship resume. Will today be the day, or does the challenger keep us here just a little bit longer and maybe start the comeback story we're looking for?
In the Italian game, there are often lines where you have a variety of choices from the white side that also keep the pressure lasting. Maybe Jan does have some sort of tactical variation in mind.
He played g3?
Oh my gosh. It could just be him saying, like, he understands this is the match, and he figures going for the exchange sacrifice is his only chance to do something. I'm trying to justify the fact that g3 is a horrific blunder, and white is going to lose the game within the next 10 moves. This is just unbelievable. This is Magnus at his best, and a very difficult task for Jan Nepomniachtchi as the challenger.
The dominating storyline right now is blunder after blunder, and it just feels like it was gift wrapped to Magnus, and that's not how I ever want to remember any sort of chess game.
What now feels inevitable, but ironically, of all of Magnus's wins, the clinching game for the title may ultimately prove his most inaccurate game, just because he had so many ways to win, and this became a bit wild here toward the end.
The Bullet Chess Championship is back with exciting new twists. Now a double elimination tournament event features 16 players like Hikaru Nakamura, Darren Eruditsky, Fabiano Caruana, and many others race for the crown and their share of the $100,000 prize fund. Catch the main event of the Bullet Chess Championship right here on chess.com. And that is going to continue in a little less than 2 hours. So make sure to check that out, you guys.
You guys should not miss it out, but I'm sure you are all very excited as it starts in few hours from now. But we hope that this game's gonna get into some sort of shape. We do have a very interesting game in the Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Richard Rapport, and the other game is rather more calm and peaceful, but this gives us some vibes that we're gonna have the tie breaks, which is also very exciting, Benjamin, because it's gonna be rapid games, 2 rapid games, possible to have 2 blitz games, and that's actually what we want to see. More actions, less time control for the players, and a lot of to going on. We might also see Armageddon in the end of the 4 games. If the games are gonna tie in a draw, then we gonna have Armageddon as well. We are here to see all the actions, including the Armageddon indeed, but for now we still have the second game going on. It can end in a way that we will not have any Armageddon, but this is very unlikely to happen. So back to this game, VL and Richard Rapport. Do we have any updates here?
Right, so we left off after queen takes g4 was played by MVL capturing back the pawn, and here Richard went for the continuation that we expected. He traded the bishop on b3, and after white recaptured, then played bishop to g5. I really like what he's doing because first of all, these moves look good, but also they're extremely solid, right? And that's what you want in a game where a draw is enough. So MVL has played the move king to g2, and now I would be surprised if Richard does not go for bishop takes c1. It looks very natural. White is going to have to recapture. As we said before, white can never take here. The knight on f7 guards the rook, so it doesn't pose a threat. So black can just take here, for example, picks up even more material. So white is forced to recapture with one of the rooks. Let's say takes with the a rook. And then I expect Richard to play queen to g5. Once again, a draw is enough in this game for him to move on to the finals. And these moves also look good. I mean, you trade down even more. In this endgame, I think white has more or less 0 chance of ever winning. I mean, it looks extremely solid for black, and if anyone's better, it's got to be black, because this pawn on e4 is always weak. b4 is always in the position to hit this knight. The king sits perfectly safe on e7, so this is really a dream scenario for Richard. In once again, if a draw is enough, he can never lose his endgame and perhaps even press a little bit with the black pieces.
I agree with that. And look at this knight being on g5. That's really perfect square for the knight. It can't be any better square for the knight, as now it attacks on e4 pawn. b4 right away wins this central pawn, and obviously white has less and less chances to win this endgame. In case if white declines a queen trade, Benjamin, and plays queen back on, for instance, e2, in that case, if queen goes to e2, and keeps the queens on the board, now black gonna castle on the long side, and black will have this plan to double the rooks on h-file and to create this kind of threads rook h2. So white is very likely forced now to control the h-file, bring the rook to h1, and this additionally trades more rooks, more pieces. And after rook h1, black will go with d5 to strike back in the center, weaken the center, weaken f5 pawn, and try to get actually the initiative here and more than equal position.
Indeed, those are all options for black. He can also just slowly but surely improve the position, like rook to h6, bring the other rook in. And once again, it looks really tough for MVL. Richard has not moved yet, but I would be surprised if he doesn't just trade on c1 and goes queen to g5. It looks really good, looks really solid. I was just wondering, like, is the move f6 ever an option for white? Because if you take on b2, there might be some tactics like queen e6 check. King moves over, we take here, and black's all of a sudden getting checkmated. However, there's a very easy way for black to deal with that, which is just to take this pawn over here. I mean, this check on e6 doesn't really do much. We can just block with the queen. Once again, more pieces get traded off, and actually black is more or less winning here because we're just up a pawn in the endgame, and all of white's problems remain. So yeah, I expect Richard to take on c1, and I think he should just be able to not lose his one and make it to the finals. So perhaps we can have a look again. Perhaps we can stay on this game for a little bit. So what else could be a move besides bishop takes c1?
So hard to find here any different and a lot of ideas as the players are trading pieces, and this gives us less and less possibilities for white. Black is perfectly fine here just to have one line, which is very simple, to trade as much pieces as possible, get to the into the better end game, and you know, just play that end game. Seems like Richard's preparation here and approach worked out. He's down to 28 minutes for now. This is actually less time than Embryo, but at this point, Richard should not be really worried about his time, as the position is not anymore tensed, and he can start to make some moves really fast after trading the queens. So after King G2, Richard is still thinking. It's not right away taking the bishop. Is there any ways like Queen F3 perhaps he's considering here? Queen F3 long castles, or Queen H6 moves?
Yeah, right. Queen F6 also makes sense, but it's probably going to lead more or less to the same thing, right? Sooner or later, black will take here and then probably go Queen G5. So I don't really see a reason as to why not to do that. But yeah, we'll see what Richard will come up with. And he has played the move Queen F6. Quite surprising, because I mean, it's a decent move, but why would you not just want to trade down, right, in a game where it feels like this is a good move, and also in a game where a draw is enough. But yeah, it's looking really good for Richard. Perhaps we can have a look again at the bird's eye view to see what's happening in the other game.
Yes, and in the other game, as we have mentioned, black has decided to push the pawn on b5. He tried to do that with a6, and now white right away attacked the rook on c5, and let's take a look how exactly that happened.
Indeed, yeah. So we left off after the move rook after c8 by Anish. So Draken brought his king closer to the center with the move king f2. Now a6 as we expected, and here knight a4 by Draken hitting the rook on c5 and the pawn on b6. So Anish was forced to drop the rook back to c6. And now I'm curious, because I guess b5 is still very much a threat for black. Like, let's say we go king e3. b5 does still look a little bit annoying. So what can white do, right? I mean, white can maybe move the rook out of the way, like let's say rook to d1, because now although b5 is still a move, because if we take, black goes rook c2, and actually this looks quite nice for black because you capture the pawn on a2 and white will have this isolated pawn on b3. So maybe white should go to a1 then in that case, but that looks a little bit passive, right?
It looks a little bit artificial move to go rook here on a1, but as we have seen already, this moves knight b1, knight e2 here in the game many times. As the game is quite peaceful, you can also do such a moves, but we can see that here Draken decided to withdraw this knight back on b2, so he's not avoiding b5. Black can still push b5, but what he's doing, he's getting knight coming on c5. So in case of b5 here, then rook will go to d1 maybe. Shall we bring that on the board, the current position?
All right, yeah. So he has played knight to b2, dropping the knight back preemptively. So black can still go pawn to b5. And you were
maybe now rook c1.
This rook on c1, or the other rook?
Yeah, this rook to get ready to capture the b5 pawn now.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, I guess if black takes, we take with a knight, and white should still be doing completely fine. I mean, knight e5 is actually a huge threat now. Like, let's say black goes here, knight e5 wins. It doesn't win the game because black can go here, and if we take the bishop, I thought a bishop takes a6 we win because we hit both the rooks, but black still has rook c2, check. But the knight on c4 is nicely played. So now Anish has to make the decision. Like, does he go b5? It's an option, of course. He can also choose not to play that move and just play someone like knight at d7, right? Then I can always go to c5 or e5. Perhaps Draken will now go king e3 because we once again don't really have to be worried about b5. I think because let's say this whole trade happens. I mean, I think this should work out in white's favor, right? Knight a5 is coming, the pawn on a6 is weak. So maybe Anish will just hold back on a move b5 and just maneuver around. Like move like h5 is always useful. And the players will just go back and forth. If the players are actually in a very peaceful mood, what Anish could also do is go rook to c5, knight a4, rook c6, and call it a day early. But yeah, we'll see what he will come up with here.
True. Yeah, it is just a very dry position, really. I don't know, Benjamin. We were talking about this draws, like early draws in the tournament, and earlier we mentioned that in this match, actually, that they agreed on a draw, that it should be a rule to be like after 40 moves, then players would be allowed to make a draw. But such a games and such positions make me feel that it should not be a rule, something like this, and the players should be allowed to offer a draw rather early than to have this kind of very boring positions, and not to have any sort of like restrictions. But you cannot apply this for any situation, right?
Right. Yeah. No, that's the thing. Like, I feel like it's fair that at some point they can offer a draw, right, but not too early, because then sometimes the players will just offer a draw on like move 25 when the game is heating up, and then all of the audience is deprived of all of the action, right? So I think there should be a draw. There should be a rule that you should be able to offer a draw. And I think it should be move 40. I would think if the players can offer a draw here, maybe they would have already. But once again, I don't really like that. I think that it's kind of weird, right? There's no other sport or anything like that where players can suddenly be like, okay, let's just call it a day and go home, right? We'll just split the point. So yeah. But with that being said, perhaps we can bring up the bird's eye view, because we do have more moves in the game between MVL and Richard Rapport.
Yes, let's do that. And in this game, b5 just happened, so that's at least a sign that the game is not so boring. At least they are trying what they can do the best here. And by bringing up the bird's eye view, we're gonna see that MVL very quickly, in fact, dropped the knight back on d1. And after queen f6, this move was really, really fast played by MVL. What is the idea of this move? Where the knight goes?
Yeah, so indeed, in this position, MVL played knight at d1. Then it looks like a very odd move, but the knight, I guess, is coming to f2, from which it will always defend. Maybe you can still contest the h-file. And also, like right now, the question is, what does Richard do, right? Because I guess queenside castles might lost. Although I was thinking we cannot take on a6, because then black takes the bishop. That does not work. And if we try to include this move first, then black can always take it to queen. And if we take now and take on a6, black goes king b7, hitting the rook, and then take on e4 on the next move. So that doesn't really seem to be working. But maybe white just goes knight f2, improving the position. And I mean, I kind of like the knight in f2. White can go c4 later on. Maybe the knight's coming to d3 to prepare to move c5, which will break up black's structure. And then f2 also does a really good defensive job. Covers the pawn on e4, also covers a lot of entry squares on the king side. So I don't know. I guess Richard can still take on c1 and go queen to g5. But then the question becomes, why did he not do that on the last move, right? Why did he play queen f6 first? So move queen f6 is really weird decision to my eyes. But let's have a look. So let's say he trades now and goes queen to g5, right? I guess we're still forced to take, although we can also go knight f2 in this position.
Maybe we can try queen h6. As it creates a threat on c1, and also on h2 there's a check.
Right, but I guess here we might just be in time with knight f2, right? You can give a check here, but if we just go king to f3, and this square is covered, and if you're not careful, right, like let's say you go king e7 here, then after rook h1, your queen is trapped. So black will probably just have to draw back, but then you've lost a lot of time, right? And white just keeps gaining momentum with the move rook to h1. So I think Richard might have to trade and go queen to g5, and he's probably still okay, but white has his own ideas now with pawn to c4. So I think it was quite a serious mistake not to trade on c1 right away.
Right. Is there any other idea for white here? Like he wants perhaps to push c4. That's why he opens up the c file for the pawn when Emil plays knight d1.
Right, I guess it's also his idea to go knight at d1. So let's say we go knight f2 here, right? I guess black does trade the queens. We recapture. Black goes knight at g5, hitting this pawn over here. I guess our best way to defend it is by going knight f2, and we can still go for c4 perhaps. I mean, I would think black is still doing perfectly fine here. After, say, king to e7, we can go c4, but I mean, this threat should be easily parried with perhaps just c5, right, to make sure this pawn is not hanging, and then we can continue with our own plans of perhaps bringing the rooks over here. So I think Richard is still in good shape, but he needs to be careful here.
Needs to be very careful in this position. Benjamin, I was just thinking that white can try to control a file or h file instead of c4. Maybe what white can do is, and by the way, we do have the bishop trade, and very likely we're going to this direction. Instead of this one, how about to bring rook back on a1 and try to double these rooks on a file, like rook a5, rook a1. And if you also double the rooks to guard a6 pawn, then white will bring rook h1 and we're gonna try to get on 5th rank and then 7th rank.
Right,
and
yeah,
we
I feel
do
like
have queen trades as well.
Yeah, so let's have a look. So bishop takes c1 happened. Rook takes queen g5, knight f2, takes and knight at g5. So this is all that we expected. So let's have a look. So let's say we go knight f2, defending the pawn on e4. I guess black goes king to e7. We can go rook a1 to try to double up, and I guess black should prevent that, right? Because let's say black makes a random move like rook to d8. White's going to go here, and if you have to defend with the rooks on a7 and a8, that feels extremely passive. I wouldn't think black should do that. So perhaps what black can do after rook a1 is maybe go a5. White can still double up with, let's say, rook a3 and rook a1, but at least here, if we double, we're a bit more active, right? And black should still be doing fine.
Oh yeah, then after rook h1, black really quickly can play a4 and try to open up the a file where black is really strong. And if you close the queen side, then black can be also fine in that position. Wow, this might go also into the draw, Benjamin, and we might see MVL out of the tournament at the semifinals, and MVL is obviously the player that we considered him to be very good candidate for the candidates tournament of 2022.
Yeah, no, indeed, it's looking really tough for him because he needs to win this game, but in the current position that we have here after knight g5, I don't really see it happening. I mean, it looks like black is perfectly fine. I guess the position is still equal. I mean, let's say Rapport in this position had traded on c1 right away and gone queen g5. I think in this endgame, black is quite a bit better because the knight on c3 is somewhat stuck, defending this pawn over here. White needs to make a move like rook fe1 before you can go knight d1 and knight f2. But in the meantime, black gains some time to follow up with his own plans. So at least in the current position, it's equal, but I don't really see how he can ever be better.
Hard to imagine here. It's just a 6 pawn is a weakness here. This 6 pawn can be considered to be backward pawn, but those pawns are easily it can be easily defended by black, and on the other hand, e4 is the weakness of white, so you can't really try too much, as you yourself also have a weakness here. Yeah, wow, that's quite a tricky situation for MVL. He's in must-win situation, and his position is not as great as he hoped to be.
Indeed, yeah. So it's looking tough for MVL. Perhaps we can bring back the bird's eye view to have a look at what's happening in the game between Dmitry Andreikin and Anish Giri. So this game seems to be proceeding quite slowly. So let's have a look. So after knight to b2, Anish did play the move b5, and Andreikin played rook a1 to perhaps threaten to take here and make sure that its pawn on a2 is always defended. So Anish captured on c4, Andreikin recaptured, and Anish played rook c5. Nice move. He's stopping knight a5 from white. I guess this position should still be approximately even, right? I guess white's just going to bring a rook to d1, for example. Then I can always drop back to a3. Black can always play a5 to make sure that this pawn on a6 is never hanging. And I don't know, like, I guess the position is around even. If you would have to pick one side, who would you prefer here in this position, Caddy?
I think I don't
know. I don't know either. I guess the position is just equal, yeah.
I've played this kind of positions with white pieces. I have played this kind of positions with black pieces, and it's just not that great as you prefer to play. Here, what black can also try is he first tried b5. Another option is to push d5 here, as now it hangs the knight and you're pretty much forced to take this pawn. And after e takes d5, knight d5, and try to get on c3 or b4 squares, you can do something like that. And also just to trade the pawn to get rid of white's e4 pawn, which was creating a lot of space for its own pieces. But still, even in this position, nothing really changed too much, and white is perfectly fine having this knight on c4, and can also double the rooks on d file.
Indeed, yeah, it seems that both sides simply have no weaknesses here. Maybe just rook d4, bring the other rook into d1, and I don't really see either side getting into trouble. So the players are at move 25. We'll see what's going to happen. Andreikin is staying in the current position. He's a little bit behind on the clock, but given the fact that the position is so simplified, he only needs to make 50 more moves to reach the time control. I don't really see the time becoming a factor. So yeah, perhaps maybe Anish wants to go a5, and let's have a look. Let's say we go rook fd1 and Anish goes a5, maybe to go a4, but I guess we can always go rook to d4 to stop that. And yeah, at some point, yeah, I don't know, the position is just so dry. I think it's quite likely that this game is going to end in a draw, which is a little bit of a pity because the game seemed to have been so timid. However, that means that we will be back tomorrow for a tiebreak. Let's see whether I think it's looking tough on the other hand for MVL to make it to a tiebreak. But let's discuss the tiebreak format real quick. They started with 2 rapid games with 15 minutes plus a 10-second increment. If that's still tied, they will move on to 2 blitz games with 3 minutes plus a 2-second increment. And if that is still tied, they will play an Armageddon game with white having 5 minutes and black having 4 minutes. If the players reach move 60, there will be a 2-second increment added. But first, they will have to get there. I mean, very often in these Armageddons, players will get flagged.
Yes, as it's not easy to make 60 moves in any of the games. You might not survive up to 60 moves and lose it on time by then or by the position. But that's truly the best scenario for us commentators, and also for the viewers, to see the tie breaks, rapid games, blitz games, and then Armageddon. And we're so close to at least one tie breaks. Andreikin Giri, this seems to be quite peaceful game. So far, none of the side had any complication, and it's also quite hard to find any sort of sharp tactical or any other motives. It's just both sides are perfectly placed here. It is just hard to find any weakness here, and none of the sides really want to go crazy and start the king side pawn push or queen side pawn push. They just don't want to cause any troubles. And while we were talking, I think we received a5 move. This move on the other hand also threatens a4, but also maybe wants in some points to bring the bishop on a6 maybe, but you should be really careful. That's the moves that can blunder here some things. So that move
Indeed.
can be also better calculated before it moves away. But for now, white has this task to avoid a4, as the knight and the bishop will be hanging on c4, and we were talking about rook b4 move to be played. That's a quite nice move. Another move here, Benjamin, can be knight e3, just to get this knight back, try to bring the bishop on c4, and then try to activate your pieces. So this is another option.
Yeah, knight e3 also makes a lot of sense. I think, yeah, either way, the positions should always be proximal. Even this pawn on a5 can also turn into a weakness in some positions, because it is isolated. It might be difficult to protect. So I don't know. Looking at it, maybe we had this discussion earlier. Maybe I would slightly prefer white's position here, to be honest. I mean, he can also create an outside passer here potentially. The question always becomes whether that b pawn would be a strength or weakness. But yeah, we'll see what Andrejkin will do here. But I think it's tough to imagine any of the players getting into any serious trouble here.
Right. Before we are waiting for the next move, shall we bring back our yesterday's game in these two players, and maybe we can discuss a little bit about that game, because it was very interesting. And now after watching their interviews, we already know what was their feedback and what was the variations they were thinking and how they were evaluating it. Do we have this opportunity to bring it?
Let's see whether we have the board. We'll have to figure out some technical issues. Okay. But yeah, yesterday's game was completely different from this one, because this one is pretty dry and, I mean, also a little bit boring, I would say. But yesterday's game was very, very exciting. It looked like Anish first had a good position. Then he sacrificed an exchange. Then he sacrificed another one. And when we're all waiting for all the action to unfold, the game was suddenly agreed to a draw. I think here I wouldn't be surprised if, let's say the players reach move 30. One of them might just offer a draw, call it a day, and then move on to the tiebreak. I think that isn't unlikely. So let's see what Anish will do in the current position. He can go for the move d5, which would probably lead to more simplifications. I mean, I guess white could take, like takes with a knight. We'll probably see more trades. He can also decide not to and just make a slow move like h6 or h5 and just, yeah, keep the game going.
Yeah, that's right. But what is for sure now for these players, they don't really consider this as a boring position. They are just fighting right now, trying to figure out all these ideas. They're looking for some plans here, and that's the normal just situation when you're playing. You don't really consider this as a boring position or a bad position. You just try your best. If the opponent makes a small mistake, you're going to take advantage of it. If the opponent doesn't make any mistake, then at the point of 30 moves, you can already offer a draw and try to be focused on the tomorrow's tiebreaks. But Benjamin, we are lucky. We are very lucky, because let's bring bird's eye view and see what happened into the other game. We do have long castle. So this gonna change a little bit, at least, so we can not have too dry position here, to dry end game either, because now the king is a little bit off the board, like on the queen side. The idea of the long castle is obviously to bring king on b7 if necessary to guard a6, or bring king on c7 if you need to guard this 6 pawn. However, oh, he goes c4 right away. This looks also quite tempting. I wanted to suggest move rook h1 to try to get some advantage on the H file.
Right. So let's say we go rook h1 and black goes king to b7, for example, right? Like, how do we? I was wondering, like, is rook h4 an option here? Because if we could double, that'd be great. But black can take, of course. And the question is always how this plays out. Now the pawn on g7 can become a weakness, though. But maybe black just jumps back, goes knight f6. But I guess white has something to play for rook g1. Let's say black goes here. We go king f3. We hit the pawn. And it's not that easy for black. I mean, let's say black defends with a move like rook to d7, right? And we go knight g4, for example. The knight trade would actually be quite bad for black, I would think, because we take with the rook, then we bring the rook to g6. Maybe we bring the king up, and with h5 and f6, we can very quickly create a passer. So that's definitely something white could have played for. But instead of that, MVL played the move c4. King c7 has just been played by Richard. So what should white do now? I feel like trading on b5 is never really gonna establish too much, right?
I don't like this move, to be honest. C4 in these lines that we were just showing, if white now goes for h file battle there, the king b6, king c5 gonna find a perfect road to get into the game, and that's gonna change pretty much in this position. So move c3 to c4 gives up some dark squares on the queen side, and there was really fast. It was played really fast by MVL. He didn't took too much of his time. He's now trying to blitz out, and that's a little bit strange, because he had a chance to just get himself into at least slightly better position after rook h1.
Yeah, it's a little bit strange that he played the move c4, because I feel like it's created more weaknesses that rather than any points for him to attack. So let's see. I mean, he could decide to trade here, black is forced to recapture, and then maybe double up. But I would think that black should always be well prepared to deal with this, like maybe king to b6. And although, I mean, he can maybe go b4, hit this pawn, c4, maybe just go b3. And if you take, all of a sudden there's rook c7, and you're getting checkmated over here. So maybe that's what he's aiming for, but I would think that black can just play rook to c8, and how bad can this be, right?
Benjamin, yesterday he was blitzing out that the losing position. He was not thinking too much. He was just making moves really fast when he knew that he was losing. And today he also started to play fast at this point. Do you think that he just wants to blitz out Richard and get him into the time trouble, or he decided that's not enough to fight for a victory, and he just faced the fact that it's too equal?
Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah, it's I feel like maybe he played c4 a bit too quickly, or perhaps he misevaluated the position. But as we speak, after c4, king c7, he has played the move rook h1. So I kind of agree with what you said earlier. I don't really like the fact that first he goes c4 and then rook h1, because it creates a lot of potential for black to create counterplay. Like, let's say we go king b6 here, and white makes a random move. I don't know. Like, let's say white does the same thing, right?
Rook h4, yes.
Right. Like, let's say we take knight h7. Like, let's say rook g1 now. After, let's say king c5, black already is taking this pawn and is creating some counterplay. So I don't know how I feel about this whole thing that MVL has done. And actually, as we speak, Richard has taken on c4. So he has a different approach. MVL recapture. Maybe he just wants to go rook b8, hit this pawn on b2. I quite like that as well.
Okay, that's interesting. That is very interesting. What white can do here is to ignore that threat and to allow black to take it. Let's try to pass a move like rook a1 here. And in case of rook h1, then rook takes b2. Oh no, that's not gonna work. I wanted to suggest rook h5 and then rook h7, but unfortunately in this pawn on a4 is hanging, and also the knights, and that's not an option.
Indeed, yeah, here the position collapses. But what MVL could do is maybe play the move b4. Because let's say you take now and you take here. I guess your idea works, right? Like, let's say we take, we go rook h5, we hit the knight drops back, and we go here. And all of a sudden, white gets a huge initiative on the king side. But instead of all that, Richard chose to move a5, fixing this pawn on b2. So we'll see what MVL is going to come up with. It's still looking pretty tough, but at least he's creating some chances. Maybe now he can go for rook to h4. We're going to see what he's going to come up with. But with that being said, we are going to be taking a very short break. Do not go anywhere, guys. We will be right back with more action from the semifinals of the FIDE Grand Prix in Belgrade. We'll see you guys after the break.
Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix semifinals at the second. Like, I'm Candy, this is Benjamin, and we do have both games into the progress. Today, we're gonna know who will be the finalists or who will be the players in the tie breaks. And we are already having the end games in the both positions and very close to the time scrambles as well. Benjamin, what has been changed so far while we were on the break?
Yeah, so the positions are still a little bit dry. However, they are heating up, slowly but surely. So let's have a look at this MVL game. So after the move a5 by Richard, we were looking at the move rook h4 perhaps to get someone going on the h file, but MVL played the move rook a1, hitting the pawn on a5. Richard played king to b6, and here rook hd1, a tricky move by MVL. So his idea, I guess, is to go rook to d3, then maybe rook b3 check or rook a3, and all of a sudden this king can get under in some danger. Like, I guess if you go rook h6, then once again we bring the rook up, black goes here, we give a check, and once again this king is in some trouble. And the fact is, like, black is not really threatening too much. I mean, he has a check, but we just step back, and white should just more or less be winning here because we're crashing through on the king side, and this knight and f2 does a really good defensive job. So I don't know, Richard is being put to the test here, and I don't really see an easy move here for him in the current position.
Yes, and also he's down to 30 minutes, and there is 10 minutes, almost 10 minutes difference on the clock, and these stages can be quite some time that MWL can count on, and you have to make here the move, and the threat is really challenging for Richard here. Rook d3 and rook b3, he gonna have some difficulties to hold the a5 pawn. So the question is, can he strike in the center? He goes rook h7, is he?
Rook h7, I mean, so let's say white goes rook to d3. What does he really want, right? Like, we want to go rook b3 check. I feel like black is not really getting enough kind of play here on the king side. What white can also do is go for pawn at c5. Black cannot capture the pawn because then you hang your rook. Black can take with the king home, but then we take this pawn over here. I don't know how this really plays out, but it feels like MVL definitely managed to get something going here, while before it looked like the position was just very dry and equal. So we'll see what he will do. I mean, I like the idea of rook d3 and rook b3, which looks pretty dangerous for black.
Yes, that's right. He goes rook h7 for now. I wanted to suggest d5 move there, but d5 seems to be a pawn sacrifice. Maybe he doesn't want to do that. And after rook d3, rook h8 seems to be the move that he has to play, but I don't really see the attack on the king side. Rook h2, king can come back on f1 and can stay over there. Maybe his idea is to play knight h3 after that move.
Yeah, that could be an idea. But actually, as we speak, it seems that the game between Andreken and Anish Giri might end very soon. Let's try to bring it up really quickly. So let's have a look at that game. So if we left off after the move knight e3 by Andreken, Anish played the move d5, the move that we expected. Andreken took, Anish recaptured, bishop to c4, hitting the knight. Knight to b6, the bishop dropped back to f1, knight to d5, bishop c4, knight b6, bishop f1, and knight to d5. And funnily enough, this is actually, well, and a draw has been agreed because bishop c4 would be a third time repetition. So tomorrow we will be back for sure with the tiebreak between Dmitry Andreken and Anish Giri. That one is going to be very exciting. I think Anish should still be a slight favorite, but not by a very big margin, I would think, because Andreken is very good in rapid and blitz chess.
He's definitely very good in the both Persians. We're gonna soon know the colors as the arbiters are doing right away. I think right after the game ends, they're gonna draw the lots. So we're gonna know who will be with the white pieces, because in the blitz portion and also in the rapid portion, the color advantage can be very important for these players. And I suppose they both would like to start the game with white pieces. What do you think?
Yeah, it depends. I mean, there are some players who like to start with white. I know that there's also many players who like to start with black, because let's say you lose the first game with white, then it's going to be very difficult to come back. But let's say you lose with black, there's always still a chance. So there's that. But also, I mean, you can just play solid in the first game and then try in the second game. But I mean, yeah, it really depends. There's also something to be said with starting with the white piece, because then you're the first one to put pressure on your opponent. And let's say you win, then you're just going to be super solid with black. So we'll see. I guess we'll find out shortly who will start out with white tomorrow. But in the meantime, we still have this game between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Richard Rapport.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and for now we're waiting for MVL to make his move. He's taking some of his time. He's down to 18 minutes, but still he's keeping 5 minutes edge on the clock, and he has really good chances now to try to get some advantage in the end game. He just has to make this very good move, rook d3. But I think he just played rook d1, and very likely he saw already this move. I do love move c5 as well, but the fact that this pawn can be traded to a5 pawn might not be satisfying for white, as a5 pawn is the isolated pawn. It's like more weak than c4, and maybe white will just hold this idea for now and will go for rook d3 and then rook b3 check.
Yeah, no, you make a good point. The pawn on a5 is always weak, so it would be a little bit of a pity to trade in for the c pawn, because if we go rook d3, we can try to go after this pawn and keep our pawn on the board. And let's see what Richard will do here. I mean, so let's say he goes rook h8, right? So I guess we give a check. You can go king a6, but then I guess we go rook a3, hit this pawn. And I guess if you give a check, king f1, I think you suggested a move knight h3 earlier on, right? Right, so let's have a look. So knight h3. I guess we take the king steps back, maybe to b6, so we can go to c5. And yeah, I mean, it looks pretty tricky. I mean, how are you going to deal with this? Because let's say you trade the knights, and black takes, and all of a sudden there's this pawn hanging. Black has a lot of ideas for perpetuals, and this king on b6 looks slightly boxed in by the white rooks, but I don't really see right away how we would be checkmating it. So I'm sure that MVL is considering all of that, but the rook d3 looks really tempting here for white.
Rook d3 looks very tempting, but one thing that white should not go for is after rook d3 and rook h8, the pawn on d6 is a poison pawn. That's how we call it. Don't take that, because black will play rook h2 check. After king steps down, then rook f2, and black will fork the king and the rook, and black will have an extra knight in the end game and the winning position. So the d6 pawn should not be taken. Instead of this pawn, white should go for a5 pawn and try to get that pawn.
Indeed, yeah. And rook d3 has just been played by MVL. So let's see what Richard will do now. I think, okay, he goes for rook h8. He's going all out for the counterattack, but does it work? I mean, that's a big question. I guess rook b3 is the move, and it has just appeared on the board. Black can also go to c5, but that looks quite risky. I mean, I guess we take here. The king steps up. Then maybe we give a check here. The king goes here. I don't see right away how we would checkmate, but it looks extremely scary. Or maybe we just go here and rook b7. And then here. That looks really dangerous. So yeah,
it's very dangerous. You can also bring knights into the game, knight d3 check, and to have knights to rooks and also b2 pawn into the game. They're making the most really fast. I can see that check has been already played and rook a3. I wonder what is Richard's idea there. What is his plan? Is he saying something, some counterplay there? For instance, Benjamin here, rook h2 can be played, king f1 and knight f3. Maybe he's looking for the knight activation here.
Oh, that's a tricky move. Yeah, knight f3, it looks like it's hanging the knight, but if white takes, black has rook h1 check. And if we take, and you collect this rook in the end. However, like, I don't know how this exactly works out, because white still has a majority here. On the king side, I can start pushing that up the board one way or another. But as we speak, rook h2 and king f1 has appeared on the board. So let's see what Richard will do here. I mean, this is really a critical position. Knight f3 makes sense. Knight h3 makes sense. I guess what also makes sense is go king b6. Let white take this pawn over here, and then think, right? Because we will probably get this position one way or another.
Benjamin, I found a checkmate how to checkmate Black's king
Okay,
in this position. So after rook check over here. Hold on, I need the knight.
I guess what you wanna do is like, let's say Black passes, is maybe we go b4.
I need
right?
knights to come on f3 to make it more tense for white as well. So the move rook a3, rook h2, knight f3. The knight is not hanging. So now check, and king goes rook a6 check. King goes up. We give it check as well. Rook a5.
Oh, I see your idea. Like if Black takes, you want to take here, and if king here, then check and checkmate.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's a different one. I wanted to show something else, but I like this one too. For example, can we? No. Can we go to the actual game? I can do from that position. Yeah. So what we have right now in the game is king b6, and now after this, if white takes a5. Knight f3, activate the knight, through the knight d2 check. So rook a6 check, king goes back on b7, rook a7 check, king goes back on b6, rook a6 now, king goes to c5, and at this point, white goes for rook b7. So this rook cuts the king and threatens b4 in some variations. Now knight d2 seems to be the natural move to try to get the pawn on c4, king e1, and now king d4 to activate the king and maybe to bring on e3, f3, and try to checkmate the white's king. But now rook can be played back on a3 to cut the king coming on the third rank. And this is the position where Black cannot survive, because rook d3, king c5, and the b4 can be played. So d2 knight is actually hanging in that position, and it is quite hard here to survive. And if you take the pawn on c4, rook can come on d3, and after king c5, b4 is a checkmate.
It's a very nice checkmate indeed. So I'm sure both players are looking at these ideas, but it feels like white's attack should always come a little bit faster. Also, it feels like it's more effective in the sense that I don't really see how white's king can ever get checkmated. So we'll see what Richard will come up with. So let's have a look. So white can take this pawn over here. White could also give a check, but then I guess if Black goes king a6, we don't have anything better than rook to a3.
Yeah, it's a repetition.
Right, so I think our best bet is actually taking this pawn on a5, and then so knight f3 is a move, knight h3 as well. I think Black has to go for one of these moves.
Yeah, knight h3 is also a very interesting move. But is there a way like to give a check first with rook a6, and then at some point try to move the knight away, not to trade it?
That's a good question, but if it doesn't work out, then Black will step up with the king. So let's say we go rook a6, and actually, as we speak, rook takes a5 has just been played by MVL. So I kind of like your suggestion of knight h3 to force a knight trade, or at least try to trade the knights, so you can enter with the rook. So let's say we give a check now. I mean, if the Black king goes up, the thing is white needs something here, right? Because I mean, you can give another check, but the king will step up even further. And all of a sudden, this could also flip in Black's favor, because the king right now really becomes an attacking piece. So let's see what Richard is going to do in this position there. And move 33. So MVL needs 7 more moves to make the time control. Richard 8 more moves. He has 12 minutes on the clock. So there should be plenty of time to come up with something good here, I think.
Yes, that's right. After knight h3, there can be move c5, and it can be here as well, Benjamin. c5 is a very interesting idea to kind of force Black to capture this pawn, because otherwise if you go king back on c7, then rook a7 will be check, and white will capture the pawn on this and will be on d6, and it will be actually some sort of checkmate threats on the back rank. So yeah, there is a checkmate right away. So after c5, you are pretty much forced to capture this pawn, and this limits your king, and also weakens e5, c5, and c6 pawns, right?
Indeed, yeah. So let's have a look. Like, let's say we give a check here.
Mhm.
Can the king step up here? I would think probably, but I don't know. So c5 is definitely an option for MVL. I was thinking maybe, well, I guess if we go b4, then black's gonna give a check here and capture the pawn on c4. So that's probably not recommended. I think we looked at this check here, right? If the king steps up,
Mhm.
we give a check here. And if the king captures, this becomes too risky. But maybe the king just comes here. And was it here that you suggested? It was something different, but it looks very similar. But yeah, I don't know.
Rook a3, yeah, rook a3 is, I think it's very similar position. In the other line, rook was on b file, and then in the end, b4 was a checkmate. But I suppose here this moves, rook a3 can also create some similar threats.
Right, yeah, rook a3. So first of all, we're attacking the knight, but let's say black is a check here. And if king e1, I wonder if black can get away with taking this pawn. And white is a check and king c5, there's no b4. All looking very tricky. So let's see what MVL will come up with. I mean, he has a chance here. He definitely has a chance. Before it looked like the position was very dry. We didn't really see how he could ever be better. But in the current position, he is up a pawn. However, Richard has very active pieces. So, and once again, MVL needs to win this game. If he wins this game, he will force a tiebreak tomorrow. But if this game ends in a draw, he is out of the Grand Prix. So he's definitely put under some pressure here. Let's see what he will come up with.
Yes, Benjamin, after knight f3, what white can do is white should play c5 here. That's the move that I'm sure MVL is considering right now. And the idea after this is they take c5, rook a6 check. You can play king b7 or king b5. Let's say king b5 here. After king b5, white gives the check on a5. King b4 and rook a3. This is very important move, and you are threatening here rook b6 and rook a4 checkmate, and the knight over there is hanging too. So when this knight moves away, you give a check on b6, king goes on c4, and you give a checkmate on a4.
Mm-hmm. That's a very nice point. Yeah, here we are checkmating the black king. So, and actually that has appeared on the board.
Yeah.
So c5 takes and rook a6. So let's see what black should do. So he can also go back. But I mean, it looks kind of passive. But let's have a look. So let's say black goes here. We give a check. Can the king step back, or maybe go for something similar, like check here and rook a3? Okay. We hit the knight, and we have all these checkmating ideas.
Yes, it is possible. If king goes back on c8, we have to give a check. If king goes on d6, there's a checkmate in one move. So this is why c5 is such a brilliant move. It takes a c5 square from the king, as now the pawn is itself on c5. So in any case, what white is doing, white is trying to get the king on b5. And when the king is on b5, then you cut it from the third rank and you are threatening the checkmate. So you have to give first a check on a5. And after king b4.
Yeah, so I was just wondering what happens if the king comes to c4, right? I mean, I guess we still go rook a3, right? And we still have a lot of check. Although, how exactly do we checkmate if black goes? Can we get away with this by any chance? Maybe.
Rook b6, I guess.
Right,
rook
it's still
c3 is a
5. I don't know, like black is barely hanging on here. What white can maybe do is go rook a7 with the idea of rook c3 and rook here. I don't know. And we also attack this pawn. And I mean, black has these two rooks here, right? Which look pretty scary. But this knight here does a great defensive job. Like, what is black ever gonna do? Like, this knight covers everything. And in the meantime, this king is taken for a hunt. And I don't know, I feel like MVL has really good chances to strike back here.
Yeah. Wow, that's a chance that we could not think that MVL gonna get in the end game. It seemed quite peaceful, and all this started when Richard decided to long castle and to bring the king on the queen side. Then we had the c4 from MVL, he opened up the queen side, and here we have the position. And I'm sure this is very comfortable position for MVL. And he also has quite some time on the clock, 15 minutes, almost 15 minutes. And they're gonna have very soon the time control as well. Like they just need to make 5 more moves.
Yeah, no, it's looking really good for MVL. Of course, there's still a lot of calculation involved, but yeah, you start wondering, well, what went wrong with Richard, right? Because the position was very solid, and all of a sudden things just completely derailed for him. But yeah, let's see. I mean, what can he do? I mean, King C7, okay, goes King to B5. So now we thought Rook 1 A5, right? So if the King goes to B4, we go Rook A3, we hit the Knight. Black still has his move Knight D4, because after check there's still Knight B5, and it's still a game. So let's see what White should do here. Perhaps he can give a check. King has to step back, and then Rook A7. You hit this pawn over here, and you threaten Rook B7. Like let's say Black goes here, we give a check. Black cannot block now, and if King C4, there is checkmate. So I kind of like it for MVL. But let's see what he will come up with here.
Yeah, that can be a very important check now, Rook to A5, because you can go right away Rook A3 and attack the knight, but it's not a double threat. You have to create a double threat, and it happens with first check to A5, drag this king to B4, and then Rook A3. So you threat the knight, and you also threaten Rook B6. And Rook A4 checkmate. And Benjamin, in this position, after check, as you just showed Rook A7, if White managed to get G pawn, this is going to be winning for White, because those pawns on the king side will start to roll F6, F7, and Black's pieces, knight, rooks, they are just too clumsy and cannot really stop this pawn going forward to the pawn. So that's a good chance for MVL, and he has to find it out. Oh, because Rook A4?
I think that's got to be a transmission error, because I don't like Rook A4 doesn't make any sense to my eyes. I'm sure like he played Rook A5, because the move Rook A4 doesn't threaten anything. I'm pretty sure he played Rook A5, right?
No, Rook A4 is just nonsense here. It doesn't create a mate. The knight is on F2. If knight is on E2, you might think that knight C3 is a mating threat, but
yeah,
it's just weird.
Indeed. So let's see. So I was wondering so I guess he's played Rook 1 to A5. I was wondering what happens after Rook A7, right? Because we hit this pawn and Black cannot defend it, I would think, because we give a check and checkmate. But let's see. So the transmission is showing Rook A4. But I think it's got to be Rook A5, because Rook A4 doesn't threaten anything.
Oh no, MVL is not a player to to play moves like that without any threats, and he feels this is his momentum. This is the chance he can choose. He will not have another chance, obviously, in this game. It's getting really into the end game. So
yeah, Rook 1 A5 has been played. King B4 on the board. So let's see. So I think now we discussed the move Rook A3, right? Looks like a good move. We're hitting this knight, and Black is in some trouble. So first of all, the knight is under attack. I think we said maybe knight at D4 as an option, because I guess if you go knight D2, King E1, yeah, King E1, or maybe King G1. I don't know. Like the knight's under attack. Where's it going to go, right? And we still have our own threats. And if you go knight to D4, we said check. The king goes back, and then Rook A7, because now we threaten here, because the knight cannot block. So let's see whether MVL will go for that.
Interesting, and they are very close to have 10 minutes on the clock as well, and MVL has to make his move, but he has to be very accurate now, and these moves make a difference now. Any rook move can change the situation. He has to be very precise for sure.
in the he needs to be extremely precise here, otherwise black might just have perpetual all of a sudden, or walk out with the king one way or another. So let's see what he can do. I mean, he could also go for something like check. The king goes back, and something like knight d1 looks interesting because it threatens knight c3 checkmate. However, I guess that allows an immediate draw with knight d2, king e1, and knight f3. So you don't want to do that. So then I would think giving another check here on a4 doesn't really do too much because I don't really see a follow-up. So I guess he needs to go rook a3 here, the move that we discussed, because it creates this threat of rook to b6.
Right. Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting situation, and MVL is taking his time. He has 10 minutes. This is obviously a very good time at this point at the move we have right now. This is move 36.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, this game is really heating up here. I guess we'll just have to wait what MVL is going to come up with. Rook a3 looks really promising, but yeah, I guess we'll just have to wait and see. I mean, this game is looking very tense. Once again, if MVL wins this one, he will take the game to tiebreaks. But if he draws, it will be all over. He will be sent packing, and then his chances of making it to the candidates tournament are will be quite damaged. But with that being said and done, you guys, we are going to be taking a very short break. Do not go anywhere. You don't want to miss this action in the game between Maxime Vachilegraf and Richard Rapport. We will be right back after the break.
Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix 2022 semifinals round 2. I'm Katie, this is Benjamin, and we are having last round for the day. We also have one tiebreaks for tomorrow. That's going to be Andreikin versus Giri. Soon we will know who will be with the white pieces in the first game, but we're coming back to the game of a day. This is MVL and Reports, obviously, and here we have the end game where we do have a check on b5, and seems like this is the move 40. They have reached now the time control, and they can get 30 minutes of increment, right? Is that, yeah, it's 40 moves, and Black has to make now the final move.
Yeah, right. So MVL has reached his time control. He can now relax. He'll get an additional 30 minutes, but Richard still has to make that 40th move. He has a little under 8 minutes to do so, but let's have a very quick look at what has happened. So after Rapport captured the pawn, MVL gave a check, king to b5, rook 1 a5, the move that we expected. And after king b4 here, we had a bit of a dance, so to speak. White played rook a4 check, the king went back, rook 6 a5, king b6, rook a6, king b5, and rook 4 a5. And I was thinking, like, wait, isn't this a repetition one way or another? But that does not seem to be the case, especially after the move king b5. I felt like this would be a third time repetition, but actually it was not. And actually, let's show real quick why. Because after this check here, Black went king b5, right? So then this check happened here. So I thought after he played king b5 back, it was a third time repetition. However, in this position right here, the rook was still on a1, which is why MVL was able to repeat. Right, this was the first time they got to this position. Now they got to this, and then they got to this time the second position, but they never got it the third time, because in when the first time the rook was on a6, the rook was still on a1. So rook 4 a5 was played, king to b4, and here MVL should not play rook a4 because the king goes back and it's a draw. But I think he's intending the move rook to a3, right? This is the move we want to play, so we avoid any type of threefold repetitions. And so we hit the knight at f3, and now we have all sorts of checkmating ideas. I wonder who this is going to favor, that they reach a time control. It feels like it should favor MVL because he has a good position, and now nothing random or bad can happen. On the other hand, maybe had he played rook a3 before the time control, maybe Richard would have blundered and he would have won the game faster, right?
Yeah, that's a very good question to know which one is better. I think if MVL plays the best moves here, which he needs time for that to find the best moves, he will get big advantage. So he doesn't really count on Richard's mistake anymore, because Richard has already made one very small mistake. This gave MVL some initiative now, as the rooks and the knights and the pawn on b2, they create a lot of threat maintenance, as we have seen. So for now, it is better to have more time and to figure out all these ideas and the ways, rather than count on opponents' mistake. I believe that's better for MVL.
Yeah, then you make a good point. He should have a very good position, so he doesn't need his opponent's mistakes. If he plays well, he might be technically winning. I don't know. So let's have a look. So I expect rook a3 here from MVL. Let's see what Richard can do. We know that this knight is on attack. It cannot go to a square like g5 because white gives a check. The king steps over, and then rook a4 is checkmate. So it feels like Black has two moves, which are knight d2 and knight d4. Knight d4 is a move because if you give a check now you can block with a knight on b5. However, as we discussed, after knight d4, I guess white gives a check here, forcing the king back, and now rook a7, right? We hit this pawn. And if you go rook h7 to defend the pawn, now rook b7, the knight cannot block. King is forced to step up, and we go rook c3 with a checkmate. So that is one option. Let's see what would happen if Black goes knight at d2 check. I guess we go king e1. Can the knight come to c4 here? I guess so, right? It stops rook b6.
It additionally brings the opportunity for white to bring the knights on d3, but then king steps back. And now a lot of things are hanging. The pawn on b2, there is rook h1 check too. So yeah, maybe this is not the best option.
Right. And they have just played the move. Rook a3 has just been played by MVL hitting knight. So what do you think would be better try here for Richard? Knight at d4 or knight at d2?
I think knight d2 is the move that he's considering for the first as the check. And then he might follow up the line rather than to consider another candidate move here, knight d4. And yeah, to be honest, knight d2 creates some sort of threat, and knight d4 is just to cover the king with a b5. So I believe if he finds that knight d2 is not a good move and there is some checkmate threat, then he will very quickly go for knight d4 and he will cover the king with knight b5.
Right. So let's say Richard goes knight d2 check, right? Maybe. So we discussed king e1. What actually happens if the king goes to g1, right? I guess this knight still has to hop back to the c4 square. And how exactly do we checkmate the king here? This knight does a pretty good defensive job, I think.
Yeah. This controls a b6 square and also attacks the pawn in the rook at the file. So also that's quite strange that black doesn't really threaten anything, and rook can now go at some safe spot and then rook threaten rook c6 or rook a7, because those black's rook on h file don't really create anything. The knight is not close to the king side, so there's no any danger on the king side for white anymore. And now white can start to pick up some pawns on the queen side. For instance, rook can go somewhere on let's say rook
d3 maybe. All right, maybe we just want to go here, hit this, but I guess like if we go rook d3, maybe black can get away with this move, because if we give a check, there's still king c4, and if we take, there's rook f2, and by miracle it all works out for black. But I don't know, it's of course all very tricky. I mean, with this king and knight here. So yeah, let's see.
There's probably some weird winning move here, some rook move.
Yeah.
So hard to find it.
Right. So yeah, we have the semifinals going on here. I think there's a very good chance that both matches will go to the tiebreaks, and Drake and Anish will go to tiebreak for sure, because that result is already final. But we'll have to wait for this one between MVL and Richard Rapport. But let's say you're Hikaru, right? He's sitting at home, he's watching all of this. What do you think is the most favorable result for him? Like, who, if you're in his position, who would you want to win this FIDE Grand Prix?
Yeah, actually on the breaks I got my eyes on his stream and I heard out what is the best scenario for him, and what I've heard is another match about Andrekin and Giri, as Andrekin is in his group.
Right. No, Andrekin is in Anish's group, right?
No, and in the next leg.
Oh, sorry.
Maybe we can bring it up. Yes, maybe we
Yeah.
can bring it up once again. Our graphic to see that. So Andrekin is in Hikaru's and Levon's group, and he was talking about that. So obviously he prefers that Andrekin gets as less points as possible here.
But why though?
Or the other way.
Right. Yeah, I think he might hope that Andrekin wins and then just banks, because then, like, let's say Andrekin wins, then it might not even be the end of the world if Levon wins the group, right?
We need to bring up the leaderboard here, then check out the points. So in that case,
we're getting word that he wants Andrekin to win. I would think so too, because I think it's unlikely that Andrekin will win the third leg as well, or will do well there. Because let's think about it. Like, let's say Andrekin wins, then if Levon wins Hikaru's group, then Andrekin is pretty much and okay, so let's say Andrekin wins this one, then let's say in the third leg Levon comes first, Hikaru comes second, and Andrekin comes third, then he will at least keep Andrekin behind him. Rapport will also not pick up too many points, because Rapport will pick up either 17 points or 14 points in total, depending on what's going to happen in a potential tiebreak. I think he should not want Rapport to win, and he should not want Giri to win, because I think it's quite likely that Giri will go pretty far again in the third leg, because he has quite a favorable group.
Yes, we can take a look at that group too, and bring back the graphics, and we can check this out. Once again, we're going to play in the group D alongside with Vitigov, Yu Yangyi, and Tabatabai. Those three players are used play here in this group, and they were eliminated at the knockout stage. So yeah, Giri is obviously the clear leader in that group. Yeah, all the players probably thinking right now that the less he gets at this Grand Prix, better for them, better chances for them.
Right, yeah, and he should be quite a considerable favorite in that group. Of course, there's Nikita Vichkov. I didn't find Yu Yangyi that convincing, to be honest, in this leg of the Grand Prix in Belgrade. And Tabatabai, of course, Tabatabai did well overall. He scored 50%, but he is definitely, you know, a low-rated opponent, so to speak, compared to you know, Oparin, Keimer, or Pretke. So yeah, it does feel like Hikaru does have quite a tough group. But that being said, something like Group C also looks pretty tough, and Pool B.
It does look pretty tough, although I think I don't think they have much of the chances like the rest of the players, except MVL, who gonna get at least 7 points from here. Wesley was knocked out at the group stage, as well as Sam. So that gives them 4 points, is not it?
Right. I think what Hikaru should hope for is I think Draken and MVL to win, and then let's say to make it to the final, and then in know the next leg that MVL that Wesley So wins the group over MVL. But yeah, a lot of math involved. It's pretty interesting in the sense that of course players can play 2 really good legs, but there's no guarantee at all, right? I mean, it's really tough to make it out of the group in the first place. It looked like Richard was gonna be on his way to the final here, which would be a really good result for him, right? Making it to the semis and then to the finals. But right now it's looking like this one will be headed for a tiebreak. But of course, MVL still has to finish it off, and he has to make a decision here. Like, where does he go with the king? I think king e2 would be quite a serious mistake. I think after king e2, now we can take... No, we cannot take here because of rook a4. It looked like he could, because if you give a check, now we go here, and if check, you go here, and if takes, there's rook takes f2, and it all works out. But yeah, white is a very simple rook a4, just collects the knight, but still stepping into this pin does not seem to be a good
then you can take
idea.
Then you can take the knight, you can take the pawn, and then you can collect the rest of the pawns too. So that can be quite dangerous if white goes and pins the knight in this way.
Indeed, yeah. So yeah, MVL.
And also, on the other hand, I think rook g2 was also quite nice move then, just to open up the road for another rook. A rook g2, rook h2 can be very strong for black.
Right. However, I think there is a small problem, because white gives a check and checkmate. So but so it's still tricky. But I mean, black can play something like knight c4 back, right, to defend. I mean, this knight is pinned, so that is not ideal. So I think he has to go to e1 or g1, perhaps the g1, because the king actually sits perfectly safe here, and it's actually stopping the rooks from ever invading. Because if you go, let's say, king e1, then black can go, let's say, knight c4, hitting this rook. And let's say the rook moves over to d3. Now black can go rook g2 and start annoying white rook g1, rook h2 as well.
Yeah.
But if we go to g1, then what is black ever going to do with these rooks on the h file, right?
Oh no, it's stuck, and this looks very, very silly on the H file, as G2 and H1 squares are not controlled. King guards well the knight, and knight can't come back on F3 as the rook controls the third rank. So that means that king and the knight, these two pieces, are stopping black's heavy pieces. So then makes whole game on the queen side, rooks versus knight and the king, and obviously white is better in that situation.
Indeed, yeah. So let's see what MVL will come up with here. He's definitely feeling some pressure as well.
Yeah, right. So still we do have a check on the board, and king goes to G1 right away.
Right, king G1 has just been played. That does seem to be the right move. Once again, these rooks cannot really do anything. And now the question is, what does Rapport do in the current position? Once again, rook b6 is a big threat, because if you go rook h6 to defend this pawn, white's giving a check, and rook a4 is always checkmate. That does not work out for black. So what does black do here? I mean, I guess he has to give up something. Like, I guess knight c4, right? A stop rook to b6, and you attack this rook.
Right. We have seen rook d3 in the other line. Is there still move here, or rook can go somewhere else?
Right, I
like
guess
rook f3. I would like to see rook f3 too, and then to try to get rook a7, rook g7, and have this rook already supporting f6 pawn.
Yeah, that's a nice
f5.
rook f3.
Right now, f5.
Yeah, right, to have the rook already behind the passed pawn. And here black cannot take on b2 at all, because we just give a check and collect the knight. There's no rook hanging on d3, because we showed this line real quick. If we go to d3, black can consider taking, because after rook b6, king c4, if we take now, the rook takes f2, but indeed that is not an option here. So let's say rook f3 makes sense. So let's think, like, what else can Richard do in this position, right? Like, so knight c4 is a move. King b5 might be a move, but I guess maybe now we go rook a7. We hit this, and now rook b7 is once again a major threat. So looking tough for Richard.
Looks really, really tough for Richard indeed, and he doesn't have time to bring this rook on the queen side or on the center, and obviously they don't create any more danger for white's king. And seems like the king is just so on the queen side, just alone there. And I know I like this rook f3, Benjamin. After knight c4 and rook f3, if you play knight d2 back and you hit the rook, then a rook comes back on d3 and attacks the knight and wins the time. So now knight c4, rook f3. And if knight comes back on d2 to attack the rook, you can always get this rook d3 and start to attack the knight, and you just win a time.
Yeah. Yeah, you hit the knight, and then you keep all your threats in the position. So let's see what is going to be played here. Yeah, it's looking tough. So maybe what black can also do is play a move like c4, making sure the king has a little bit more room to move. However, this does hang the pawn on c6, and you can still one way or another go after the black king. But more importantly, like, what is black doing, right? I mean, the rooks don't really seem to be creating any threats. White, as we mentioned, can still create threats towards the black king. So it's looking tough here for Rapport, I think.
It got really ugly very soon into the end game, when we thought that it was really safe for Richard, and we were thinking that MVL had no chance to try to spice up the things, but we have seen the latest moves of Richard, and seems like a little bit of inaccuracy led himself into this position, and now this is move 42, and seems like MVL has plenty time to figure out how to punish black for this kind of complications.
Right, yeah, it feels like MVL should be on its way to win here, but it's of course not over yet. We'll just have to see. Of course, Richard is a very original and creative player. I'm sure that he will come up with something to try and complicate. But yeah, it is looking tough because for the moment, white is threatening checkmate into rook b6 and rook a4 is a major threat. He needs to address that somehow. Is king c4 a move here, perhaps, or maybe we just take, or
yeah, to take on c6 and then to threaten rook g6, rook g7 seems like one option. And here the problem for black is that even after king c4, there is not very clear plan what black wants to do, right?
Right, yeah. Let's have the king c4. We could also play something like here, hitting the pawn, and once again we do threaten, all sorts of checkmates by giving a check here. Black can still go here, and it's not checkmate right away, but you don't want to have your king cut off here on the edge of the board, because there should be something right, like rook b8 and rook a3. I don't know. It feels like white should be winning here. So let's see let's see what Richard will come up with in the current position.
Yeah. And he's absolutely not satisfied with this decision he made in the last few moves, but yeah, he has to still fight, and he has no time to think of the mistakes that he made here, and obviously he's trying to find the solution now to get back.
Right. So let's see what Report is gonna do. So yeah, how do you think he's feeling right now? I mean, he must realize that he had a good position earlier on, and he made a bit out of a mess out of it, right? So I mean, we've all been there, of course. I guess he cannot be feeling really great about that, right?
He would not feel great, but as long as he's not losing, he just have bad position. Now his mood is to fight, and I don't think he's now at this point considering this kind of just thoughts that, oh, I could go there, something else. But he's fully focused now how to save and survive this position, yeah, I think he's just very much focused to find here any getaway from the position. He's trying also to find what is white's perspective here. So what kind of checks, what kind of threats it can happen, and just to avoid that. I think to think how you could play better and what should play, it just comes later on when you have really bad position and losing position.
Right. Yeah. So we'll see what he will come up with. Yeah. By the way, the times are off because they've reached the 30th move. We don't know exactly how much time they have on the clock, because yeah, it just shows that they've run out of time. But of course, 30 minutes have been added. I would think at this point around like 25 minutes, right?
Yeah, it can be something like that. They got 30 minutes. They had some of the time also on the clock, and obviously they're going to spend right now some of the times too. So we have knight h4, knight c4 played right away. This knight attacks the rook on a3 and also pawn on b3. So white has to be really, really careful where to bring the rook. We have seen some variations after rook d3, knight b2, and maybe this is not the most clear way to go. We also suggest to bring this rook on the f3 to have right behind the pawn. Is there a chance that this rook can go somewhere else, like rook e4, rook a1, and still claim that it's good position?
So you're thinking to move back along the a file, right? Yeah, I mean, it also makes sense. But we don't really have any threats. I mean, I guess we would have to go here and here to create threats. I guess it also makes sense. So is that, okay, one or something is a move. Rook f3, as we discussed. Perhaps like rook d3, a nice point could also be to potentially trap this knight, because it doesn't have a whole lot of squares, right? I guess black might have to go back here, but actually rook d3 has already been played. So let's see. So we said knight takes b2 is a move. Perhaps white's also trying to take here. So maybe black can also consider dropping this rook back. we can go b3 to hit the knight, but maybe the knight just goes to a3 to defend.
Oh,
no, wait, actually,
rook
that hangs the
a4.
knight. Yeah, rook a4, yeah.
Rook a4 unfortunately loses a piece.
Right. So let's see what Richard should do here.
Yeah, after knight b2, right? Knight b2 seems to be the move that comes to the head as it captures the pawn and also attacks the rook right away.
Right. Yeah. So let's see. Yeah, what Black should.
You know what? After knight b2, you give a check, rook b6. King c4, as we have seen, knight b2, rook b6, king c4. Now we don't take knight on b2 because rook f2 drops the rook on d3. Instead of this, white will find the best square for the rook, and the knight on b2 will be catched. So after king c4, I think rook a3 takes a4 square from the knight. Knight is under attack, and you can play knight d3 because then knight takes d3 simply wins a piece.
Right, and actually there's a very nice point. If Black goes knight at d1, we don't capture the knight right away because Black is a check and collects a knight. But White has the sneaky rook a4 check. The king has to step up. Now we give a check, and things only get worse for Black because if you go king here, then check, and you collect this rook over here. Oh wait, actually it's even worse.
Checkmate.
There's checkmate. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, very often we do have in daily puzzles kings on d1 or b1, and the question is like, how the king got on d1? Is this a real game? So this is how actually kings are getting on the first rank.
Indeed, yeah. So let's see. So it's looking tough for Richard. I like the move rook to d3, and finally the clock times have been updated. MVL has 31 minutes on the clock, and Rapport has 21 minutes on the clock. So still plenty of time, but of course that clock is ticking slowly but surely. We'll see what Rapport will do here. But yeah, capturing this pawn on b2 does seem to be a bad idea, because in this line that we discussed, I think this knight on b2 is simply trapped, right? So let's see what else can be done here by Black. Maybe
yeah, I think it's time to
here.
Yeah, it's time to bring the rooks into the life, as h8 rook now is stuck to h2 rook, and yeah, Black has to make some more moves before free these pieces from all the threats. So rook h6 seems to be a normal move.
Yeah, rook h6 makes sense, defending this pawn. Right, and the question is what White is going to do, right? I mean, we can go b3, as we saw earlier. We cannot go knight a3 because rook a4 just wins the knight. So where does the knight go then? Is the big question.
Maybe? Or knight a5 to attack
then rook b6 and well, then White has rook b6 and b4 and wins the knight this way.
Oh no!
Right, so it's looking tough for Richard. Yeah, I don't really see what he can do in the current position.
Oh wow! So after rook h6 and b3, this knight is trapped. Knight has b2 squared there.
Yeah, then I can still go to b2, but of course it also looks. I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like somehow I don't see how exactly we can trap this knight, because if rook d2, there's still king c3 only move, and by miracle Black is holding off for now. But I don't know, that's not really what you want to do. Maybe we can also go to d6, because if you take here, then Black can take here and recapture with the knight, and actually all of a sudden Black's doing completely fine. So I don't know. Looking tough.
Okay, very, very tough for both players, not only Black but also for White, how exactly to play You might feel that this is very good position. You are having now chance to win, but still it's quite a long way until there. What I really like here for MVL, what he's doing, he's keeping some more time on the clock, and he is probably using and thinking of Richard's time. This is very good strategy to save some time, because even after increments of 30 moves, this time runs so fast that you will find yourself once again into the time scramble. So yeah, that's obviously very, very good idea to think on the opponent's time.
Right, yeah, and of course MVL, yeah, he likes to play quickly, and of course he does so by thinking on his opponent's time. So yeah, he keeps a nice 31 minutes on the clock. Richard, yeah, 18 minutes is not, you know, time pressure just yet, but we've discussed this many times before, right? How, you know, you get to the time control, you think like you have all the time in the world, but then all of a sudden you look at your clock and you have like 5 minutes left. So he can't be taking too long here. So let's see what he will come up with.
Rook d3 has been played by white, and yeah, probably he's calculating on, used to calculate already this move, knight b2, and now he moved away from this move. And as there are really few pieces on the board, it's not so easy to find the next move. You're just running out from the moves. And such a move like rook h7 is so passive. It guards g7 pawn, but no one really attacks it. Maybe white will never attack this pawn. And this is just a very passive continuation for black. And that
Indeed,
makes rook
yeah.
h6 the move here to be played. How about rook h5, rook g5 kind of ideas to try to hit on g3 pawn?
Yeah, no, that also makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I wonder what Report should do in this position. So, right, so we discussed knight xb2. Sorry, what was the exact idea that you proposed?
It doesn't have any idea, just a waiting move like rook h5, and you are just waiting the opponent. If the rook leaves the third rank, you can get rook g5. But this is just, the rook on g5 will be also sort of trapped, because after rook g5, white can play something like king g2 and just tap this rook, creating the threats.
Right. So rook h5 is a move. Perhaps. Well, but then white can take this pawn over here. So rook h6 probably would have to be played here to defend that pawn over there.
Right.
So let's see. So rook h6 is a move, defending the pawn on the pawn on c6, and I think here we recommended rook a7 to hit this pawn over here and threaten rook b7, right? Which still looks pretty tricky for. Oh, and actually rook 2 to h6 has just been played. So let's see what MVL is going to do here.
Yes, this move has been played after quite a long thought. Now Richard is down to 16 minutes. And he just made this move, and we considered b3 move to be very tricky, and also rook a7 after this one.
Right. Yeah. So yes, let's see what MVL will do here. So we discussed the move rook a7, which looks quite promising. Also, b3 makes a lot of sense, I would think. Hitting the knight has to go to b2 or d6, right? Those were the only two squares that we thought are playable, because anywhere else you lose the knight. So I would think maybe knight d6 to keep an eye on the pawn on e4. You can always move the knight back to b5.
How about rook b6 now? This intermediate check and then take on c6.
Well, but I think you block with the knight.
Okay.
Right.
And now rook b7.
Right, yeah, rook b7 is an option. But here, I mean, the king is sort of safe, I would say. So it's definitely an option. So maybe we can then consider rook a7 here right away, hitting the pawn, right? And let's say black saves it with a move like this, then I feel like one way or another, we should be checkmating black. Although I don't see right away. I guess if you go king a4, well, first of all, there's b3, but also
rook
here.
c3? Rook c3 here? Rook king e4 and rook c3. You attack the knight, and the knight leaves, you go to a3.
Yeah, after king a4, I guess rook c3 is also winning, but b3 and rook d1
b3
as well. But I think the king has to go to a5, and amazingly, I don't see checkmate. Like, we can go here, but after king a6, it seems that black is still very much alive.
I doubt he's very much alive. He's alive, but not very much, Benjamin. How about rook b3? I create rook a1 checkmate. If you bring knight on a5, then I will pin the knight. Right. That's so tricky.
Yeah. So king a6 still an option. So let's see. Yeah, so MVL is thinking this position has 29 minutes on the clock. I'm very curious to see what he will come up with.
Yeah, this move c5 was very important, sacrifice by MVL. He totally felt that it was the very, very needy sacrifice there to create the weaknesses in the pawn structure, to ruin the pawn structure, and also to control very important c5 square, and just to take away it from black. And from the moment he was given a chance, he played really, really clear and really powerful.
Yeah, no, that seems to be the case. MVL, yeah, it looked like he was not really get any chances, but at some point he started playing really well. And yeah, I think we're going to be seeing a tiebreak tomorrow. But of course, he still has to finish the game off. Richard, he's known to be a very resourceful defender. He's really, trying his best to hang on here, but it's just looking really tough.
Yeah, and obviously this is not the best situation for the tiebreakers also. Just imagine you go from MVL's perspective with a victory, and from Richard's perspective after lose when you needed to draw. So this might be also an effect for tomorrow's tiebreak. But these players can really be very strong mentally to get over this kind of thoughts.
Yeah, and we know MVL is a blitz beast, so if it comes down to tiebreak, he's probably going to be a favorite there. We actually have a video of MVL playing at the World Blitz Championship in 2021. Let's have a look at that.
Hikaru Nakamura is playing for the win, even though his opponent has a pawn one step away from becoming a new queen. It's sensational the amount of risks Hikaru is taking here.
It seems like black is making some progress finally, and
well, he just made the decision to trade off everything. He did get a draw, but that could very easily have been a win.
It looks like it should be winning for Bibisara. I mean, black only has that one queen in the attack, and white has an extra piece and lots of pawns. I think we are going to see a little bit of an upset in this game.
And Musachuk ends up losing on time, and Asobayeva confirms her excellent form by winning that matchup.
This is incredible. Bartosz Sachko is up a piece against Magnus Carlsen.
Sachko, playing in his native Poland, has a winning position, and Magnus resigns. Sachko is on a perfect score, having defeated the reigning world champion.
The lead just keeps changing. Asobayeva has already been in the lead, and now she's going to get it back. I mean, because this game is about to be over.
And Shuvalova has to resign. In the end, she was 5 pawns down. There's no hope saving that.
We got Sindarov and Fedoseev is actually the battle of the leaders on 7 points out of 8.
There's a pawn endgame now, only pawns remaining, and Sindarov is going for the win! Sindarov is going for the win! Fedoseev rushes his king back into defense, and the guys agree to a draw. Oh my gosh, and both of these players remain in the lead. Aronian with an extra pawn in the rook endgame, and Fedoseev, he's unable to do anything about the white pawns in conjunction with the white king just making their way up the board. It's over. Levon Aronian taking the lead in the tournament. Aronian rushing his king over to the left-hand side, trying to get rid of Black's rook. The king is now coming to the aid of the pawn that's only 2 squares away from becoming a new queen. And Aronian is making very good progress here. And Anish Giri resigns the game.
Levon Aronian, 13 points. Fantastic result. He's playing so confidently.
Hikaru Nakamura is not on the list. He tested positive for COVID and had to withdraw from the tournament. Bibi Sara has a 1.5 point lead. She's gonna win it if she wins this one. Look at this. Bibi Sara with her queen can go for the queen trade. If the queens are traded, she's gonna win this game, and she does go for it. The queens are traded off the board. The bishop coming in against the white king to give a check, and Goryachkina resigns. Asobayeva is the world champion.
A lot of credit to our women's world blitz champion, the young player from Kazakhstan, making her name known to the whole world.
Maxim making his calculations. Can he stop that black pawn in time? And he thinks he can do that after lots of captures. It's Aronian who's down by a pawn, but Aronian's king is unable to assist against the white king making its way forward, and Aronian now will resign the game. And what a stunning turnaround there. He made a couple of mistakes, and the Frenchman capitalizes on that. Dubov trying to get his pieces pointing in towards Black's king, but Alireza has a pawn 1 step away from becoming a new queen.
And he has made a queen, and he knows that he can always sack that queen for the bishop, and that is the end of the game. And we're almost certainly guaranteed a tie for first place after the final game.
He's using his queen to help out. That pawn is moving forward, and Aronian now, he's gonna have to resign. The pawn is becoming a new queen. Aronian does keep on playing, but there's no hope. He resigns the game. Was that the championship for Alireza Firouzja? Actually, it's definitely not the championship, because Jan Krzysztof Duda has managed to win his game, so there will be a tie. The question is whether or not Maxim Vachier-Lagrave will be able to join them, and Vachier-Lagrave has beaten Magnus Carlsen. Jan Krzysztof Duda and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave will be playing for the gold medal. It's less than 30 seconds on the clock for Duda, who needs to figure out this endgame. And he chooses to push his pawn forward.
Exactly. He chose to protect it with this rook b4, not going in for that trade where he might lose a pawn.
Yeah, the pawns are just getting exchanged off, and the guys agree to a draw. The handshake there, a solid game from Duda. Duda is actually giving away his bishop. A strange decision from the Polish player there. He chooses to move the one knight, losing the other.
I'm not thrilled about where white took this position, because certainly he's not better at all in this endgame. Duda is going to have to play for a draw. Yeah, certainly I don't see any danger at all for black. They just agreed to a draw.
Now, to find the victor of this tournament, we're going to play one game at a time. And if someone wins, that is the world champion. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave now in the end game. Duda trying to use his king to stop white's king from getting into the game. But here, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave is able to capture another pawn on the side of the board. 2 extra pawns for him. Now Duda resigns. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, the world champion in 2021. And here we see Maxim Vachier-Lagrave being congratulated. He is the world Blitz champion.
Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix 2022, and we are in the semifinals, game 2. One game is down, and we do have another game in progress. And Benjamin, what is happening in this game? We do have some more moves while we were on a break.
Indeed. So we left off after the move rook 2 to h6 by Richard defending this pawn on c6. So MVL played rook a7, a nice move, hitting this pawn on g7. But I think more importantly, threatening this check on b7, which is why Richard played rook to b8. And now, I mean, it's a little bit tricky. We can take on g7, but I guess black will take here. And now all of a sudden, look at these c pawns. They can start pushing down the board, which will become very, very tricky. So let's see what MVL should do here. I don't really see a an easy solution for him right away. I don't know. I think Richard is doing a good job hanging on here.
Yeah, it is fantastic move, rook b8 to create knight d2 threat and to guard this knight on this file just this way. And he felt that rooks on h file were looking pretty, but were not doing too much. So he very quickly drove back both rooks into the game, and now created this kind of threats. So the question which comes to my head is the rook now left h file. Is it possible to jump knight over g4 square and try to annoy black's pieces?
Yeah, like knight at g4, it hits the rook. Also, the pawn on e5 is under attack. Question is, can black take on b2, right? Because it hits the rook on d3. The rook will then have to move, I guess, but after rook d2, maybe the knight jumps back, still hitting the rook. So very, very tricky position. And I don't know, I think I kind of like the move rook to b8 by Richard. Because let's say white takes here, right? We get the passed f pawn, but I don't think it's really pushing that fast. On the other hand, I think the c pawn can get really dangerous very quickly. Like, let's say we go rook f3, I guess black just pushes. Let's say we go f6, black pushes, and it seems that black just is way faster here on this side of the board.
Yeah, that's obviously not the dream scenario here for MVL. So what he has to do after rook b8, it seems to be very tricky move. Oh, b3 was played. Right.
So he's played the move b3, hitting the knight. I guess the knight has to go to a5, right? Once again, we want to take this pawn and create a passer. I guess his idea here is to go knight at g4, hitting the rook. Now the question is, what does black do, right? If the rook moves back, I guess we take here, and this looks really good for white because we have all sorts of tactics when knight takes c6. I mean, let's say black goes rook e8, we can take over here. If black takes, we take on c6 with a check, and we win. And if black takes on e5, we first of all give a check here, force the king go back, and now I feel like with this majority over here, we should be winning slowly but surely. I mean, let's say we just bring the king up because these old pawns on this side of the board are kind of useless.
Yeah, they are kind of stuck there and cannot be pushed forward. And white can do here king after king f4 and then start to roll the pawns in the center e5, e6, get the king even more active with king e5, and then black will really struggle as the knight is off the board. Now we're gonna have less and less tricks. So is there also a possibility after b3 to jump this knight on b2 and then try to open up the position like that?
Yeah, so knight b2 is also a move hitting the rook. Yeah, maybe after, I guess the rook goes to f3 behind the pawn. But the thing with c4 is that, okay, we trade off this pawn and then we take here, right? And this pawn on c6 is not as dangerous. It's less far advanced. The knight is in the way. So I feel like here white should be way faster. And also, it seems useless to have two c pawns, but actually this second c pawn would always block the rook from, stopping the pawn's promotion, right? So I think this should be really good for white with f6 coming in quickly. So I think what Rapport maybe needs to do is go knight a5, knight g4, and maybe he needs to consider sacking on b3. Because, okay, you give up the exchange, but you now get this passed c pawn, which can run quite quickly down the board.
Well, I love that. c4 comes with a threat, and then c3, c2, and you're just about to queen as the knight from b3 supports this square, also stops rook coming on a1, and it's just only d3 rook now against the c pawn. I love this idea, but maybe there is something like rook goes on f3 and starts to push f6, f7, and f8 right away.
Right, but I guess we push this pawn. And I don't know. I feel like black is really fast, or like f6, c3. It feels like black is just always faster here.
With I know, Benjamin, what we should do. We need this kind of position where it's white's move and the rook on f1. Maybe I asked too much, but the point is that we can sacrifice rook b7 and then promote f8 with a check.
Right, yeah. So let's have a look, right? So actually knight a5 has just been played by Richard, hitting the pawn on b3. So now I kind of do expect this move. What MVL could also maybe do is, so we discussed takes, maybe knight g4 now, hitting the rook and the pawn. But I guess black once again throws in this move And this one is running really quickly.
Yeah, you can't make any move. The pawn comes on c3, threatens c2, and you can't stop it anymore.
Right, so let's see. So we looked at knight g4. Let's say black takes and we take here. I wonder if black can throw in the intermediate c4 because his rook is under attack. Taking here doesn't help because his pawn actually only becomes further advanced, and we can still capture this pawn, capture this knight later on, I would think. The one question is like, would there be a difference, right? Like if black takes right away, because we're going to play c4 on the next move anyway.
That's very interesting position, and here it's so hard to find the accurate move. As like for instance, if you play f6 here, c4, a rook goes on f3, c3, f7. Oh, that's it. That's it. That's what we wanted. That's it, Benjamin. Let's play rook f3.
In
this
here,
position?
Rook f3.
Yes.
c4.
c4, f6, c3,
c3,
f7, c2, rook f1, c1, queen, rook takes,
oh,
c1.
you have rook b7.
No. Yes.
Right, that's your right. Like take and rook b7 check. Black has to take and we make a new queen.
Yes.
But black can of course also delay the promotion, right? Like let's say we play someone like rook f8, stopping this pawn and then with queen on the next move. I think this is probably not good for white. So I don't know. Let's have a look, right? So I guess knight a5 makes a lot of sense. Knight g4 makes a lot of sense from white because I don't think we can protect this pawn anyway. So let's say black takes, we take here. So if black takes, I was wondering if we could play something like, can we play here by any chance to try to go rook b7, trade off these rooks and then push this pawn down the board, right? Like let's say black goes c4, we give a check, take. And if you go king a3, then here it all works out beautifully for white because you go f6, c3 and f7 and you queen with a check and you win.
So how about king a4 instead, not to have this king under the check?
If king a4, so we can give a check now because if the king goes to b4, then we get what we want, right? So I guess the king would have to go back to b5, but maybe we just push here. And I mean, if we go rook a2, there's still knight back, so it's still, maybe we bring the king up. Let's have a look. So let's say we go rook a2, the knight jumps back, we go pawn f7, knight to e6, and maybe we just bring up the king. Right? Because if you go king c4, we go king e3, king b3, and maybe rook a6 looks really good, hitting the pawn on c6, and we can always come back with the king.
Yes, c2, king d2, and after king b2, you have very important rook b6 check.
Right, rook b6 or king to d2 to defend. And white should be winning, but all of this is of course very complicated. So maybe instead of all that, after knight a5, knight g4, maybe black has to take. We take here, and maybe that's where the move c4, the intermezzo comes into play. Like if we go rook d7, maybe we go c3, because I don't think this knight can come back in time. That would be quite insane if this somehow works out for black.
Right. c3, knight g4, c2, knight a3, and it's just not the time.
Indeed.
How
and yeah,
about we give a check first? Yeah.
Right. So we can give a check. We force black to take. We take. But if black just goes, so the king does not go to c4 because then knight g4, e3 comes. It also does not go to c5 or a5 because we capture the knight.
King
but
A4
I guess king a4, king a3 both look fine for black, right? Say king a4. Because once again, these doubled c pawns are super annoying. Because one of them is blocking. Well, I think I just go c5, right? And just use this second pawn as a shield.
Oh yeah, this knight on h6 is so far. You can make it on time.
Indeed,
wow.
Yeah. So maybe this is something that Richard has looked at. Yeah, all pretty wild stuff. I mean, we'll see whether MVL will go for it. But I think I like at least I like the fact that Richard has a very clear plan here. He just wants to take this pawn, push this pawn down the board, and just leave it up to MVL to figure something out.
I would not imagine that this pawn, which was sacrificed by white on c5 and creates so much problems to black's king, now can become a hero of position and could be promoted to the queen. But this is actually because Richard found the best way here to get out of his problem, and he found this very impressive rook b8 move. That's really, really nice move indeed.
Yeah, that was a nice find for sure. So let's see what MVL is going to do here. It's looking pretty. It's not easy at all. I mean, so let's have a look, right? So we went knight to g4, black took. We take here, pawn c4. So where do we go with the rook? We could go to d6, for example, because then at least we take this pawn, and we have our rook behind the pawn, right? So let's say we go rook d6. I guess black has to take the knight now, because if you go c3...
How about c5 move? Then it makes it gives some time to white.
Yeah, I guess here we should go knight g4 and knight e3, and we should be winning, right? So let's see. I guess black has to take the knight, right? I guess we take here, and now we're ready to go with both rooks behind the pawn and stop the c pawn. So maybe this is what white should go for.
Can be knight g4 is on the board, so we might get this position now if black captures pawn on b3 and white takes the rook on h6. Then we might find this. Oh, we have knight b3 on the board as well. Richard goes this moves really fast.
Yeah, knight at g4, knight takes b3. All right, so let's see. So we can take this rook over here. I guess taking on e5 now doesn't make too much sense because the c6 pawn is protected. So I guess black just goes c4. Looks pretty decent. So I think he should take the exchange. Then black is going to go c4, I guess. And then, I mean, I guess rook d6 to get this pawn here, right? But I don't know. It still looks very tricky.
Looks very tricky. How about the moves like what happens if rook comes on d1 and tries to stop the pawn in that way?
So rook d1. But if c3, all right. But I guess here maybe we just move the knight, right? Like go c2,
and after c2,
we go.
You just sacrifice this rook and then try to get e5 pawn, c6 pawn, g7 pawn.
Yeah, I would think I capture pawn on g7 and then push the f pawn down the board. And this looks really good for MVL. So maybe after rook d1 now we should take the knight, right?
Perhaps now it's a good time, yeah. And then to threaten c3, c2.
Yeah, and here, I mean, I don't know. With these double c pawns, always super tricky, and you're just gonna push them down the board. So MVL really being put to the test here. I don't know exactly what he should do, but maybe Richard will save this game. Actually, we were talking earlier about how MVL is gonna make a comeback, but I don't think this position is easy at all. I think it's easier to play for black. Okay, go ahead.
I was thinking to take the pawn on e5 with a knight and try to bring the pieces closer to the c pawns.
Right, yeah, knight takes c5 makes sense. I guess black goes c4, hitting the rook, and just starts pushing that pawn up the board. And here, I mean, it's really a 3-result game. White can also lose here just because this pawn is just so far advanced. So we'll see what he will come up with. I think it's most likely that he will take this rook, right? So let's have a look at that once again. So let's say we take black goes c4, hitting the rook. Let's say we go rook to d6, right? Black has to take here. And let's say we take, this looks quite promising because if black goes c3, now we go rook c7. And I think white is just winning, right? We're stopping this pawn.
There's rook, let's see, knight d4?
Right, there's still knight d4 and we cannot take as a knight e2, but I guess we just go rook c4, check.
Oh, that's pretty move. Because if you get this king on the 3rd rank, then the pawn on c3 will be captured by the check. If king goes on b5 or any 5th rank, then we're gonna get the endgame, rook endgame after rook c3, where white is obviously happy to have this position.
yeah, white should be winning here. The king is cut off, white's up a pawn, and the position is clarified. So let's see what Richard should do then instead. Perhaps what he should do is throw in the move knight d4 right away, hitting the rook, right? Because you can go rook to c7, but now you kind of get both rooks behind the pawn. And here maybe we just start pushing, and black is probably doing fine, I guess. So yeah, this.
But Benjamin, is this rook d6 move easy to find for white in the up position?
So you mean in this one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. I would think rook d6 makes sense because you capture this c pawn, so at least black doesn't have an extra c pawn in case he promotes. And also this pawn on c6 is super annoying because it often blocks the rooks from stopping the most advanced c pawn on c4.
Right. Yeah.
So, but
it can be also like only move there. That's why you can get always to this kind of moves. It looks like really hard to find, but if rook d1 is not working and rook f3 is not working, you don't have much of the options, right? So you just go that move right away.
Right. Yeah. So I think knight h6 looks like the most natural move. Perhaps we can also consider this, right? We hit the rook and we want to push this down the board, but and if the rook moves, maybe there's knight e5 again, right?
Yeah, I like this move, knight e5, to have the knight closer to the c pawns.
Right. So I feel like this this would also make sense. But yeah, MVL is thinking in the current position. He's getting down at 10 minutes. I think this one is still going to become extremely tricky. And I don't know.
So what we have currently in the position is that black is still thinking here. c4 seems to be strong move. What happens if rook goes on h3 and then threatens c4 and tries to get the pawn on g3?
That's another nice idea as well. So let's say rook h3, and then I guess with the idea of c4. Here we could always throw in the move king to g2, but yeah, things are getting really out of control, like c4 anyway. I have no idea what exactly is happening. Perhaps what black should do is if we take maybe just throw in c4 right away, like hit the rook on d3. The rook probably has to move back. Then this rook has to move. We take here, but I mean, it's becoming a real mess. Let's say this rook moves back. We take here. We have 3 pawns over here, but these 2 c pawns are so annoying, like especially this one on c4. It's supported by the knight. So I don't know. MVL getting down in 9 minutes. That's not a whole lot of time. Let's see what he will come up with.
It means that he is in struggle. He couldn't find the best ways here that he is satisfied, and that's why he's just not moving yet, as he has not solution. So that's not a good sign for him. Indeed.
Right. So let's see what.
We have some moves. We have some moves. Have been played really fast. Rook g7.
So, rook takes g7. All right. So he's hitting the rook on h6. I guess black has to go pawn on c4, right? Hitting this rook, or maybe rook h8. I don't really see another good square for the rook, because if you go to h3, there's always king g2, and I guess this move is always useful because if black somehow queens, it's now with a check, right? Rook h5 looks kind of useless, so I think the rook has to go back to h8 or c4, this intermezzo hitting the rook.
Yeah, that's right. But is there a way after c4 white will give the rook, takes another rook on h6 and then tries to stop the d pawn with a rook from behind, or it's not enough?
Right, so that would also make sense, I guess. Let's see whether...
And also, if the pawn is on d file, then white's king can also be closer, king f2, king e2.
Right, so c4 has just been played by report, hitting the rook. The rook went back to d1. So now this rook is under attack. So where should it go, right? I guess to h8. Once again, like on h5, the rook just looks misplaced. And at least if the rook goes here, it's always, stopping the white pawns from promoting. I guess MVL wants to take here, hitting this pawn. And I don't know how Richard should defend it.
Yeah, rook has to move, but maybe rook c8.
Right, I guess
b2
rook to
c8.
c. Right, but if you move this rook, you allow rook b7, which is always annoying, I would think. So maybe the other move, because I don't think you can go c3. It looks like that's just too much, because white captures this pawn, and always the rook is coming behind. So I guess rook h8. And yeah, c3, c2 is coming in really quickly. Like, let's say we push, I guess black pushes. And knight d3, there's always king c4. So I don't know, it's looking...
Wow, what a tense
tough.
position. What a tense position. And we do have rook d1 right now. MVL down to 9 minutes. Richard is also very close to have the 10 minutes of the barrier. And once again, we're going to have this game into this time scrambles. And that's where the mistakes happen. So, and the position itself is getting more and more complicated. We cannot say that white has here clear advantage. It's not like that.
Indeed, yeah. So let's see what Richard will do here. Both players, like Richard has 10.5 minutes. MVL has 9. I guess the rook has to go back, because if you go c3, I guess we just take c2. Maybe we just move the rook, right? Black king queen, but it feels like this position should always be winning for white, because it feels like black is just trading in this c pawn too easily, and actually just go f6, f7, I guess.
And the c6 is too far. C6 pawn is too far, so this pawn cannot be really danger for white anymore. And see f6, f7, and then f8 will come right away in just 4 moves.
Right, yeah. I was thinking, by the way, actually, as we were looking through this line, maybe black can go rook to d8 and rook d1, because how are you going to stop that, right?
That's interesting.
But yeah, let's see whether I mean, yeah, c3. So let's have a look, right? So let's say c3 is played. I guess we have to take the rook, right? I don't see another move. c2. So we can go to f1. We could also give back the rook this way, rook d7, or we can go to e1. I don't know. It's all pretty wild. Maybe what white can do is, let's say we go rook f1, rook d8. Perhaps we give a check. And where does this king go, right? I guess it can go to a3 or a4.
How about c3?
Right, I was thinking if the king goes to c3, maybe what we do is we go king to g2. And then if rook d1, maybe now we have rook f3 check. And
king d2?
One way, king d2.
I can get f2.
But there's rook f2 at the very least.
Yeah. And you give up the rook for c2 pawn and you push f7, f6, f7, and I think that's winning.
Yeah, that should be winning for white. I think so too, yeah. So yeah, very tricky position. Let's see what Richard will come up with. I think c3 makes sense. But yeah.
Yeah, so tense position. Do you think these players feel stressed right now, or they don't really feel it and they are fully concentrated?
Yeah, no, they must feel stressed for sure. So see what how they will deal with that. But yeah, there's always, of course, a lot at stake. I mean, first of all, if you make it to the final, you at least guarantee yourself 18,000 euros. So there's at least 6,000 euros at stake. Also for Richard, this game is really important for his chances to make it to the candidates tournament, because let's say he loses and then he loses the tiebreak that comes after that, then his chance of making it to the candidates are quite small, I guess. But if he wins this one, and let's say he wins this like of the Grand Prix, I think he's pretty much there. And if he, by making it to the finals, he gives himself good chances as well. So this game is, of course, really important for him. For MVL as well. He's, of course, still the third leg of the Grand Prix. but every match matters. So for him, winning
Yes,
this
every match
game is
matters.
super important.
Every match matters, and we just had the prices popped up on the screen right before, and we can see that one match can be cost for 6,000 in this case. 6,000 euros is just not a small money for one match in this, and this financial point can be also be a big effect for the chess players, as unfortunately we don't have much of the sponsors for players like individually, and they pretty much are counting on their own wins, so they have to earn it, and it's not really guaranteed for them. And this is also very often the matter of the players competing as much as they could and try to get as much as they can. So
right. Anyway, so knight c5 has just been played, hitting the pawn on c6 and rook h c8, defending that pawn. I think Richard is really doing a really good job defending this. So rook g6 by MVL, hitting that pawn once again. So now the question is, what should black do about that, right? So black can just ignore it by playing c3. Let's say we take, I guess you cannot take, because now the rook on c6 stop this pawn on c3, and it should just be over. So let's see. Maybe what black can do is just move the king somewhere, right? Like, let's
but
say
in this
king.
case, Benjamin, like I will take the rook, and then I will sacrifice my rook for your c2 pawn or c1. And is this equal position? I think white has more chances to win because of the pawns on the king side.
Right. So you mean like in case somehow the black manages to win back this rook for this pawn, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I guess black should be holding there. The question is if we can get more with white, right? Like someone like rook c6 looks very tempting, but black has knight c5, and all of a sudden white's actually lost because rook b1 is coming, and black will get a queen on the board, right? There's simply nothing you can do about that. So actually, like rounding up the c pawn is not that easy at the moment. Black's also
f7.
So let's say we go f6. Right, so I guess c1 would be a mistake, because I guess we take, and maybe f7, we threaten to queen. And if black goes here, we give a check. The king steps over and we take here. And I don't know if this is winning or if this is a draw, because if black takes, I guess rook f1 is winning.
Drawish to me. You have to take f7 pawn.
But I guess,
yeah.
Right. But still, you have 2 extra pawns, right?
How about rook e7 here and get this pawn right away?
Right. Well, if rook e7, I go king up, and then if you take, this is a winning pawn in game 4, and white is just in time with the opposition. But actually, as we speak, a different move has been played. Richard played c5, so he wants to keep these double c pawns. We talked about this a lot, about how annoying these pawns are. White can go knight c6, but I guess maybe you just take and c3, and how are you going to stop this pawn? So actually, I'm starting to become really optimistic about Richard's chances. I think he might just hold this one and move on to the finals.
Yeah, if we have this position, I think it's really hard to stop. How about not to play knight c6 and try to find something else in that position? Is it some other way to stop the pawns?
Right. But then the question is,
how about f6?
F6. So let's say black pushes.
f7. So the idea now is if you push c2, rook f1, and c1 queen will be met by the knight d3.
Oh, that's a nice trick. Yeah, knight d3, and you pick up the queen. So I guess black has to make another move first, like maybe king c3. There's check though, which looks tricky, but maybe just king d4. And if here's c4, because if check, I take. And I hope it works out somehow.
So tricky, so tricky.
Yeah.
So tricky.
Right. So I don't know. I don't see it for MVL. I think Richard's gonna hold this game and move on. That's gonna be my prediction. But let's see what MVL will come up with in this position after C5. Yeah, I think Richard just did a really good defensive job. Maybe
Yeah,
another move could be
absolutely.
maybe knight G4 and knight E3. That's the only other option I see to stop this pawn. But it looks a bit of a pity to move the knight all the way back, I guess. But I mean, still, these pawns are marching up the board, right? At some point, they're gonna be annoying as well.
Yeah, how we got this knight on E3? Knight G4, knight E3? Yeah,
Sorry, so
knight
after
G4, knight E3.
Right, yeah. Knight C6 check has just been played by MVL. Okay, now I'm sure that Richard is just gonna take. It looks very natural, and you keep this perfect configuration with the king on B4, which cannot be checked due to this rook on B8, and the knight on B3, which supports this C pawn, and this C pawn blocks the rook from stopping it. So I guess he's just gonna take, and that has all appeared on the board. He has taken and played pawn on C3, and
I think he's counting now the pawns, E and F pawns, and he will push very quickly, and he goes F6 here. If you go C2, rook goes away, C1 will be captured, and white will push the pawn. F7 or E5.
Right, but if we go E5, so we want to go E6. So maybe what black can do is give a check. King G2, for example, knight at D4. We hit the rook, we stop this. There's still rook D6 though with E6. This still looks extremely tricky. Like, let's say go rook F8. I think I go
G5, G4, G5. We have also
right.
that pawn.
I guess G4, yeah, because I was gonna say here, but maybe black just sacrifices, right? Take E8 and black just pushes, and I think black should be doing completely fine here. I mean, there's also knight B5 to guard everything. This pawn is super far advanced, but we have more moves. F6 was played, C2. Now the rook has to move. I guess to F1, right? Because maybe if you go to E1, get rook F1 on the board. So now the question is, does black queen right away, or does he do something else? And indeed, these so let's see what Richard's going to do after move rook F1.
What else will black can do here to play C4, C3? Or what can be useful here for black instead of queening? Rook D8, maybe. Rook D8.
So let's say rook D8. Right, but here we might be in time with F7. Because black goes rook D1 and we go F8, and we always defend this, right? But I guess it is important to put. Go ahead.
Queen C1, queen, and now white is the first who gives a check, and this will be winning position for white.
Yeah, they should be winning for white one way or another. So let's see what Richard is going to do here. Yeah, the players are getting super low on the clock. So I think black has to promote. I don't really see another useful move. Like, let's say you go C4. I guess you're just losing too much time, right? I mean, maybe now we start pushing this pawn. And
I would push F7 and threaten rook B6, F8 queen.
Right, but I think if we go F7, maybe black goes rook F8 and we threaten to take here, right?
Okay. Rook C7 now with ID 5.
Rook C7. Right, but here maybe black and queen. We take, and if E5, this pawn looks unsolvable, black is a check, and then brings the knight back. So let's see. Richard is thinking after rook to F1. Okay, so he has queen. Okay, MVL is going to take. So I guess Richard has calculated this whole line with knight coming to D4. But I guess E5 is really the only option here. E5 on the board. I guess knight E2 to D4. So let's have a look, right? So let's say black gives a check. I guess the king goes to G2, right? Because I feel like if we go to F2, there's always the potential to get checked somehow. There's knight at D4 and forked as well, right? So let's say knight at D4. we have to go here, I guess, to push this. And I don't know, it still looks extremely tricky for black.
Yeah, and now black has to stop this pawn coming on his 6, otherwise the pawns are getting on the 7th rank. And do you think if black sacrifice the knight for e6 pawn, it's gonna be enough for black?
So you're wondering if black can somehow give the knight for one of the pawns, right? But how exactly would you want to do that?
We saw rook f8 and g4, right? So
I think, yeah, rook f8, g4 is a move we looked at, right? Not e6. So let's say black goes rook e8, actually, right?
Yeah.
And actually, all this on the board.
Oh, king goes on f2. King goes on f2.
Oh, wait, actually, white has a very nice win here. I think maybe we just go f7 and we sacrifice on d4 and then e6, because I think white is just in time. Yeah, we queen here earlier. So knight e2, king f2 has been played. I guess now knight d4, right?
Knight d4 looks like a move. As the knight is now hanging, if knight goes on peck on c3, then it's gonna be really weird. Because king comes on f4, controls this knight, or e6 is also... Oh no, e6 is a blunder there. Is it possible that he will play knight c3 or not? Oh, he has already knight on d4, and we have rook d6. They are blitzing out all these moves.
Right, so I don't know. I mean, I feel like the king should have been placed on g2. So let's see what...
Yeah, I know why you have this feeling, because in some lines after rook f8, this pawn, f-pawn will be captured by a check. And it's quite unnecessary for white.
Right, so let's see what he is gonna do. Right, so after rook d6, so let's say you go rook e8 now, I guess it still loses. Right, or no, I mean, this is the thing, like, if you go f7 now in here, then it doesn't work. Because black goes here and e7 you take with check. So I really feel like the king is misplaced on f2, but we'll see if MVL has an idea. I think this was quite a serious mistake. I think king should have been placed on g2, but I mean, there's still, of course, this pawn which he can push up the board. Like g4 might be a move, takes an f7 and recover this square. But let's see what Rapport will do in the current position.
Yeah, he's taking his time here, and it's probably trying to figure out how to stop the 3 pawns on the king side going forward. Is there a move like king c3 then to push c4 and this knight on d4 is guarding? And that's actually where we can see if this sacrifice is possible. Let's say king c3, e6. And if it's possible to sacrifice the knight for a pawn.
I think white should always be winning here, because we probably end up giving up a rook for the c pawn in many lines, and we just push this g pawn down the board, I would think.
Yeah, that's, and bring up the king up to f5 and then push the g pawn. That could be the solution.
Right, yeah. So let's see what Rapport is going to do. He's getting pretty low on the clock. He has 3 minutes. And the position is not easy at all. So MVL still has chances. I know people were saying like blunder, but of course it's very, very difficult here for Rapport. It doesn't seem like he has an easy way to save the game here. And good luck figuring everything out with 3 minutes on the clock. So yeah, what should he do? So
this is really low time for this position. You need to find out the best moves in here, obviously.
Right. So yeah, he's thinking here. So let's see what he is gonna do.
Yeah, I don't like move like knight f5, because this knight will be stuck at some point. Like white can play rook d7. So he goes for knight b5 and tries to attack the rook in this way. And now when you move your rook from d6, then black can also push the pawn to c4 and just try to push the pawn as far as possible.
Right, so let's see where the rook should go, right? I mean, d7 makes sense, I guess. However, the one tricky thing is now black can start pushing this pawn, and your rook can not easily stop it because this square is covered by the knight. You can, like, let's say go e6, c3, e7, c2. And I feel like, okay, I feel like black should have been fine here. Like, let's say we go here, black queens, we queens, and black starts giving check. So I don't really think this can ever be anything for white. There should be enough checks for black always. So maybe what we should do is go all the way back to d1. Right, so let's have a look. Let's say black pushes, maybe e6. Wait, if we go e6, there might be rook f8. Hitting the pawn, f7,
so bad,
c6.
king, f2. This is just so wrongly placed, so wrongly. In this very position after knight c7, you have e7. And if not a check on f7, then you are in better situation. So this, in many lines, f7 pawn is hanging by the check, and the king is obviously not very active on f2. It just makes even look just wrong on f file rather than g file.
Indeed, yeah. So let's see what MVL will do here, but it's looking very tough for him. I don't really see a line where he can hang on, because it feels like, especially now with this knight coming back, black should always be able to round up the pawns somehow.
Yeah, and the white rook is pretty much limited as well. So how about rook e6 with the idea of f7 and rook e8?
Right, so you want to go
rook
okay,
e6.
wait, so
rook c7 has been played.
c4, I don't see it here. I don't see it here. Like, you have to at some point either bring the rook back, but then the knight comes back, and the, like, e6, there's c3, and we looked at this, right? Like e6, c3. So let's say we do this here. So actually, I was wondering if we go e7, c1, and f8, which looks like it's doing the same thing, they would actually lose on the spot because black gives a check, and then we just take because our queen is protecting the f8 square. So this is just over. So I guess the only thing white could do is promote the e pawn, but then we thought that after, let's say, queen c5, there should be no way for white to get out of the checks, right?
Let's try king g2. Then there's a check from c6, there's a check from c2.
I guess we just check here, yeah. And I mean, king h3, you allow. I guess this is just the checkmating, the perpetual checks, check blocks, so to speak. Because if you go here, I give a check. And if you go here, you lose again, because I go here and I cover this square, and I can just take. And if you go up, then maybe check. King, I mean, there's just so many checks. I don't, because you can never go up because of queen g6. So black should be drawing here. And actually, all of that is appearing on the board. e7, c4, e6, c3, e7, just c2 now. And let's see, maybe white can go rook to d8, but I guess we queen. And if we take, there's got to be a
queen
perpetual,
b2,
right?
queen b2.
It's a tricky move, right? So I guess king has to go.
The point is,
And
if king goes on e5, then queen e5.
Right, and if I go here, oh wait, you take the rook.
Yeah.
Right, so all of this is appearing on the board: e7, c2, f7, c1, queen, and I guess yeah. Now e8, queen, queen c2 is just got to be perpetual. So I think Richard is just going to move on to the finals.
Yeah, seems like here Richard has enough time to find all the possible checks, the most accurate checks, and by these moves he will also get some increments, 30 seconds per move. So if he has he needs to make like 2-3 more checks, and he will have good time on the clock. And wow, this game was really, really tough for both players. It was changing the evaluation quite often. And it was also starting from the beginning. It was beautifully played from both players, as the piece was missing at the very beginning, and they obviously played without the bishop. Richard played without the piece on the board, but seems like it worked out.
Indeed, yeah, it seems that this game is just headed for a draw. I don't see how White can ever get out of the perpetual. So yeah, like I guess if the king goes to g2, then queen c2 was always the move we were looking at. And yeah, there's just always enough checks. So yeah, looking very tough for MVL. We felt like he was gonna win, but Richard defended extremely well, found every last chance in the position and just made it too difficult. And actually I was just thinking, nah, I mean queen e3 is not really an option, because I guess Black gives a check here, you block, but now you give yourself double pawns, and Black is just gonna go here, for example, followed by rook f8 and knight d6, and maybe torture you in the rook and knight versus rook endgame.
Oh no, don't do that. Don't do that, Richard. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be, just imagine, and Will cannot really resign there. Because he's losing quite a lot of rating, and at this point for them rating is also important, and you have to make 50 more moves, and also thinking that you are just knocked out from the Grand Prix. Oh, that's so savage from
Very,
the
very
opponent.
tough. Yeah. So king to g2 on the board, but I think now both queen c6 and queen c2 should be a draw. There's just no way White can ever get out of the checks.
Queen c2, yeah, queen c2, queen h7, that's it.
Yeah, so we're just waiting for the final moves, but yeah, I think at this point it's just over for MVL. I don't see how he can ever win this one anymore.
Yeah, he had a good chances, but it was just a chances, not really winning position. And Richard played really, really nicely, and he fight it back so well, finding all these moves that was also on the other hand creating a lot of threats. It is incredible how Richard is playing at this tournament. He's in a very good shape.
Yeah, no, Richard is playing really good chess. Yeah, I think he won the group quite convincingly with a full point lead, and he won very convincingly yesterday. Of course, this game was very up and down, but it seems to be that he is going to be winning at the end. He's just really good in complications. It's absolutely insane. And as we speak, queen h6 has been on the board. Do not go king to g4, because they will just throw away 5 rating points. Black will give a check and then take here. He is not going to give you a draw there. So king g2, and now, of course, queen c6. And I think this one's just going to be a draw.
This game is going to be a draw, and Will has to give it up. And actually, all this started when he blundered yesterday a move d6 in the game, and there was a game that actually he didn't really fight it back. He could not even fight it back, and he made a mistake right after the opening and never had a chance. And now he put himself into this situation to where he had no other option but to win, and the game has been ended in a draw. We can see, and they agreed on a draw, which means that Richard Trafford will be the first of the finalists, and he will waiting for his opponent in the match of Giri and Draken. So Richard's gonna take a day off tomorrow, and he will rest. He will try to prepare for the next 2 games.
Yeah, no, Richard must be thrilled at this point. I mean, yeah, he moves on to the final, and he gets a rest day tomorrow. And one more can he ask for, and he can just sit back and relax while Anish and Draken fight it out. But yeah, big results for him. And I think if he wins the final, I think he's going to qualify to the candidates tournament. I'll be shocked if he doesn't make it, but of course the math can work out that. Although, I mean, it's almost impossible if he wins that he will not make it, because Levon and Hikaru are in the same group. So I think if he wins the final, he's pretty much there. If you lose the final, it's going to be an absolute nail biter. But yeah, here we see the bracket. We see that Richard Rapport is in the final after winning today's match. Anish Giri and Dimitri Andrekin played 1-1 in classical portion, so they will come back tomorrow for a rapid tiebreaker. If that ends in a tie, we'll move on to Blitz. So we'll be there. We'll be commentating on that as well, of course.
Yes, but it's a lot of fun to see tie breaks. Indeed, we're gonna have 2 rapid games. Then we might also have 2 blitz games, and all the actions can also go to the Armageddon. So that's a lot of fun for sure for us, for spectators, for commentators, but not so much fun for the players themselves. Benjamin, we're going to take a very, very short break before we come back and do our rapid recap, and I guess everybody already knows the game we're gonna choose for today. So guys, don't go anywhere, we'll be back soon. Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix leg 2 and the semifinals game 2. For today, we choose the game between Maxim Pashedegrov and Richard Rufford to be the game of a day, and we're going to do rapid recap in this game because MVL with white pieces was in must-win situation as he missed a tactic yesterday at the very beginning, at the right after the opening, and he actually lost the game without fighting back too much. So he got himself in really tricky situation today with white pieces. He just needed win. And that was quite difficult, obviously, because his opponent is Richard Rufford, and Richard is quite a creative opponent and creative player. And Benjamin, how the opening went here?
Right, so yeah, MVL needed a win in this game. So we're expecting Richard to play something solid, but the opposite was the case. So MVL opened up with 1e4. Richard played pawn e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, so the really low pass. And usually when people want to be solid here, they play someone like knight f6, just the Berlin defense, keep it very simple. Or, you know, after a6, which was played, bishop a4, something like knight f6, and played a traditional really low pass. But Richard had other intentions. He played the move d6, and after MVL castled, he played the move bishop g4. Right, so MVL was like, okay, he's spinning my knight, so I'm going to go h3, and here Richard played h5. Now, Caddy, what happens if you take this bishop on g4?
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't take this bishop ever on g4, because if you take on h4, then black will take back the pawn, opens the h file, attacks the knight, and when you bring this knight on e1, that's the only square for the knight, then queen comes all the way to h4 and threatens checkmate, and black has no way to run out from this checkmate. So to take on g4 is not an option for now.
And so pawn to g4 is not an option, which is why MVL played the move pawn to d4. Now the idea is if black takes, now we can take, and we have the move knight g5. The bishop is protecting it. So Richard played pawn to b5, trying to break this pin. Bishop b3 by MVL. Now he took with the knight on d4. And so here MVL takes on g4 and goes knight to g5. You have to stop this queen from coming in and going for a checkmate. And here Richard played knight to h6. This was a bit of an old sideline, and it took MVL by surprise. He was taking a very long think here, but eventually came up with the move g3. And after the move bishop b7, he played f4 to defend this knight on g5 this way.
Yes, now if black passes the pawn, g takes f3, then white's knight is free to capture the pawn back, and white will save the piece. If black takes the pawn other way, it takes f4, then g3 was played for this reason, to recapture this pawn back and save the knight on g5. So this pawn capture did not really happen in the game. Instead, after f4, Richard Rufford went for queen d7, and this is quite tricky and sneaky move, because after queen d7, black wants to play f6, and suddenly the knight on g5 will be trapped. So Benjamin, how MVL dealt with this idea?
Indeed, black wants to go f6, trap the knight on g5. So MVL played the move f5. So now he always has knight e6 available. So black played the move c6, slowly strengthening his position. White played knight c3, and here Richard came up with a very nice idea. He played queen to d8, hitting this knight on g5. And there's only one way white could defend it, with the move queen to d2. But here black can trade on b3, and if white recaptures, go knight to g8. And there's simply no way for white to stop rook h5 and getting your own knight trapped. And black will get back the knight. Maybe white will get back a pawn, but black should be in really good shape. So what did MVL do? He realized he could not save the knight, so he sacrificed his own knight on f7, and now he took on g4. So at least now the material is equal. However, it feels like black should have a pretty good position. So Richard traded on b3, MVL recaptured, and here bishop to g5. And here it felt like Richard should have a really good and solid position.
Yes, as we are going now to see some of the trades, the position goes to the end game, where obviously it is more chances to make a draw. And once again, MVL was into must-win situation, and draw would mean for him to be knocked out from the Grand Prix first leg. So he played here King G2. He's trying to spice up the things and not just to trade by himself this bishop here. Richard played Queen F6 and Knight D1 has been played here. This is very interesting idea to bring the knight on D1. This knight would go all the way to F2 to try to guard the king and avoid any entrance of the rook on H file. And together with the king, this knight will try to hold the position. So after knight D1, here Richard traded the bishops. And when rook take on C1, he played Queen G5, which pretty much forces white to trade the queens, because if you don't do that, then you will lose the rook on C1 as it's not protected for now.
Indeed. So MVL played knight F2. Richard traded on G4 and played knight G5, hitting the pawn on E4. So MVL dropped back with a knight. And here quite a surprising decision by Richard. We thought that he should just sit with the king in the center with a perfectly solid position, and we thought that he shouldn't really have much to worry about. But instead he went queenside castles. Now white can go for stuff like rook H1, maybe creating some play on the king side. But MVL chose another plan. He played C4, trying to open up the queen side, king to C7, and now rook H1. Richard traded on C4 and played the move A5. So the move A5, he's trying to fix this pawn over here and maybe go rook B8 later on. And it felt like here Richard was doing more or less okay, but here MVL came up with some really good attacking moves.
Yes, he went rook A1 here, attacking A5 pawn right away. And black has not rook B8 move to counter attack B2, as the rooks will be traded on H file and the white will be the first will capture pawn on the queen side. So after rook A1, black played king B6 to guard A5 pawn. And here MVL found the move rook to D1, which is a brilliant move. And the idea of this rook is rook D3, rook B3, and white is starting to activate these two rooks on the queen side, and white is trying to get A5 pawn.
Indeed. So Richard played rook H7. He felt like he couldn't defend his pawn on A5, so he went for active counterplay. Rook to D3 was played by MVL, rook DH8. MVL gave a check, the king stepped over to A6, rook to A3, Richard gave a check, but MVL just set the king back. And this knight on F2, we mentioned it earlier, does a really good defensive job. It guards the pawn on E4, also defends the H1 square. So Richard played king to B6. Now MVL took the pawn, and Richard played knight F3. So he's going for counterplay, but it felt like MVL should be really close to the win here.
Yes, and now he makes the move, which is really strong. He goes C5. He sacrifices the pawn, but ruins the pawn structure, as black is now pretty much forced to take this pawn. And those C pawns are doubled. E pawn on the other side will be weakened. And most important is that in many of the lines, a black king can be checkmated because of the pawn sacrifice here. And white went rook A6, check, king B5 was played. They made some checks over here to reach 40 moves to get 30 minutes of the increment, and then MVL went for the strong continuation here, rook to A3, hitting the knight on F3 and also creating mating nets here, rook B6, rook A4, a checkmate.
Indeed, yeah, the position is very tricky here for black. Indeed, if you make a move like knight G5, all of a sudden you just get checkmated. So Richard really knew that he had to be very precise here. So he played knight D2 check, king G1, a good move by MVL, because these two rooks on the H file are not really doing too much, and knight to C4. As we mentioned, rook to B6 had to be stopped. So MVL played rook D3. And here Richard played another very good move. He played rook H6, defending this pawn on C6. So MVL played rook A7. So he's hitting this pawn on G7. And also he wants to go rook B7 and go after this king. So Richard realized that he cannot allow rook B7 check. So he played rook to B8. MVL played B3, and here knight A5. Another great move by Richard. He wants to grab this pawn on B3 and just push this C pawn down the board. The other pawn on C6 is always going to be super annoying because it's stopping the rook from coming behind the passed pawn. MVL played knight G4, hitting the rook on H6 and the pawn on E5. But here Richard came up with another very strong move.
decided to sacrifice the rook on h6, instead take the pawn on b3 and create this very tricky pawn push, c4, c3, c2, and black is pretty much unstoppable to promote this pawn. And what Benjamin just mentioned, c6 pawn is very important here, as it cuts the c file, and a7 rook cannot really come into the game and control the pawn on c file. So after this move, white captured the pawn on g7 and tried to create a pass pawn as well on f5, and threaten f6, f7, and then f8. So we do have here pawn race both sides. c4 was played, hitting the rook. Rook went back on d1, and now Richard played rook from h6 to h8, as this rook was already hanging now, and he had to save the rook.
Indeed, so the rook dropped back to h8, white captured pawn on e5. So knight takes c6 is a threat, so Richard played rook h c8, and MVL played rook to g6, hitting this pawn once again, which looks quite awkward to defend, because you don't want to make a backwards move like knight a5 or king b5, but here Richard came up with a really strong idea. He played pawn to c5, right? So he's allowing knight at c6, but after knight c6, he just sacrificed his rook for the knight, white rook captured, and pawn to c3. And how are you going to stop the c pawn? Once again, this c pawn is stopping this rook from stopping the most forward c pawn, and the knight on b3 is controlling the queening square. So MVL played f6, setting his own pawns in motion. c2 by Richard, rook to f1, c1 queen, and MVL was forced to give up his rook for the pawn, and went e5. So here, I mean, the game is still very tricky. He has these two passes which are very far advanced. He also has a passed g pawn, which can come into play later. But Richard kept his head cool and found another very strong defensive resource.
Yeah, he played knight e2. He wants to very quickly to bring this knight on d4 and attack the rook, and also control e6 square. And this is the most critical situation for white. MVL here went for king f2. We considered that king on g2 would be better, and in many of the lines which will be very soon on the board, the king on g2 was better placed, as then the f pawn would not be captured by a check. So this is a little bit a nuance here, could be played better from MVL, but instead of this, he went for king f2 move, which looks also quite natural to bring king closer to the center in all the actions. Now knight jumped back on d4. He did the rook. Rook is forced to go now on d6 to stop pawn c4 coming forward, as the knight on d4 would be hanging. And now we do have knight b5, very strong move, once again attacking the rook, and now c pawn is free to be pushed forward.
Indeed. So after knight b5, this rook was under attack, and MVL went to d7 to support the push of his own pawns, also stopping the knight from coming back to c7. But here Richard started pushing the second c pawn. He goes c4, e6 by white, c3, e7, c2, f7, black queens first, white also queens. So maybe white has still chances to promote this pawn, but here Richard gave a check on c5, the king went to g2, queen c6 check, the king went to h3, queen h6. It's not too late to lose for white. If you go to g4, then black goes queen g6. And if you move the king back, black is not going to keep giving checks. Instead of that, he's just going to capture your queen, because this queen protects this square, and black is just winning. So instead of all that, MVL played the move king g2, and a draw was agreed.
Yes, after this move, MVL just realized that he can't get rid of the checks that Rapport can give queen c6, queen c2, queen h6. So at this point, MVL was the one who's over the draw after king g2, and just admitted that he lost the match against Richard Rapport, and Richard Rapport is the first player who will play in the finals, and he will wait the other game to be ended. So this was your rapid recap of a day, and here we have the knockout stage still in the match of Andreikin and Giri. Tomorrow we will know who will be the second finalist.
Indeed, yeah. So Richard is already in the finals. He's going to wait tomorrow who's going to win between Anish Giri and Dimitri and Draken. That one is going to be very, very exciting. We will be commentating on that one as well. So make sure to tune in again tomorrow, same time, same place as always. And yeah, Keddy, as always, it's been a true pleasure commentating this round of the FIDE Grand Prix with you. Also, of course, big shout out to our producer behind the scenes, Wouter, who's working very hard. And of course, big shout out to all of the viewers here on Twitch and on YouTube who are tuning in every day. And now, Keddy, I'll leave the final words to you.
Thank you very much. It was an honor to be here, and it was a great pleasure to see these games and analyze with you and with our chat. You guys, we're coming back tomorrow, same time, same place, for the fun part of this tournament, playoffs in Rapid, and we can be also Blitz or even Armageddon. So please come back tomorrow. But today, make sure that you join a Bullet Chess Championship, which is happening right now. So you guys, this is a really, really good tournament to take a look, and we do have stars playing every week, Bullets Chess Championship. So make sure you join that event. And yeah, bye for today and see you tomorrow.